Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2023 Jamaica Civil Service Association Electoral Debates. I'm your moderator, Garth Williams. We must apologize for the late commencement, but the good thing is we are off and running, and we have an exciting package for you today. 6 candidates, 2 for first vice president and 4 for president. And we will introduce them momentarily, but certainly we invite you to pay keen attention and to make notes. That's one of the most important things. Making notes, listening for points, watching the presentation. Don't just use this electoral debate session as white noise for background. No, pay keen attention to exactly what each candidate has to present today. Of course, you would have had the opportunity to meet some of them already, and if you haven't met them yet, I'm pretty sure their campaign will bring them to you, right? But today, pay keen attention to what is going to be shared. Let me use the opportunity as well to welcome in the room President O'Neill Grant and the entire team that he has worked with over the years, to the candidates, all the candidates, Keisha James and Clarence Frater, the first vice presidential candidates, Leo Byfield, Onyedine Lawrence Jack, Jillian Corodas, and Tisha Clark Griffiths, presidential candidates. Our judges this morning, Janet Plummer, Dylan Doyle, and Ayana Billings. And a little bit about our judges. Dylan Doyle is a university lecturer. Janet Plummer is a business requirement specialist at Tax Administration, Jamaica. And Ayana Billings, she is a student at the University of Technology pursuing entrepreneurship. She's also the vice president of the UTech Debating Society, and she's the social media coordinator for the Jamaica Association of Debating and Empowerment. So she comes prepared today to really critically assess the presentations of each candidate. I also warmly welcome you, our viewers, you, the voters who are participating virtually. Just to let you know what our judges will be looking for today: factual information, comprehension, persuasiveness, delivery, rebuttal, and, well, we have a category for extra credit. Not quite sure what the extra credit will be, but if there's a certain little extra something, something that you can't quite put your hand on, maybe it might just be your style, who knows? Those are the categories that the judges will be paying attention to. Let me repeat: factual information, comprehension, persuasiveness, delivery, rebuttal, all right? And then at the end of all the presentations, the judges will do their tally, and we will get a full understanding from them about their impressions of each candidate and what has been shared this morning. So just to let you know that we will take some comments from the General Secretary just now, then each candidate will present their manifestos, then we will get into the debate, following which the judges will do their full assessment, and then by the time we get around to 2 o'clock, we will have the judges' response, and then it's all over to you, the voters, to do what you have been compelled to do based on the presentation of the candidates. So thank you again for joining us. Now I will invite Mrs. Stephanie Williams, the General Secretary, with comments.
Good morning, President O'Neill Grant, officers of the association, candidates, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. A pleasant good morning. Welcome to the 4th staging of our annual electoral debate. This debate is being organized by the Jamaica Civil Service Association, arising from requests from members where candidates will propose their vision and strategies and the results they hope to achieve during their tenure as an officer. Today, the candidates, of course, should aim at illustrating how their skill sets will be an asset to national policy formulation, as the union is usually customarily called upon to assist with and to participate in policy formulation for the wider public services. We are pleased to be able to welcome you all, and for us, this is an annual event. It is a calendar event for us, and we want to welcome those who are online, those who have joined us here at our physical location at Jassasera Park. Today promises to be an interesting day as we listen to the candidates who will articulate their vision for this noble organization. A warm welcome and best wishes to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the General Secretary, and now it will be time for us to receive each candidate. If you're just joining us, thank you for doing so. We have 6 candidates, 2 for first VP and 4 for president. We will take each of their manifestos just now, and each candidate is not to exceed 15 minutes. There is a confidence monitor just in front of the lectern. Of course, you won't be able to see that online, but I'm inviting the candidates to pay attention to it. There is a timer. It will count down, so that will help you to pace yourself as you each present. So, for first VP, we'll hear from Keisha James and then Clarence Frater. So let us, ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome Keisha James.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Good morning, members. Good morning, judges. Mr. President, Anil Grant, Gensec, Tiffany Powell, Second Vice President, Third VP, and all members and visitors. Good morning, all. Service is the lifeblood of any organization. Everything flows from it, and it is nourished by the customer service, which is an attitude. I am Keisha Camila James, a proud graduate of St. Andrew Technical High School. I have garnered a lot of knowledge of the labor movement through over 16 years of experience as a representative of the members and prospective members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. 4 years of which I worked on secondment in the capacity of Industrial Relations Officer with the responsibility for health, education, national security, and also for the Northern region, to include St. Mary, St. Anne, Portland, and St. Thomas. All of my knowledge and experience is accompanied by my educational background. I hold a certificate in social work and social services, a certificate in labor laws and labor studies from the U. Sherrill Laws Trade Union Institute, a professional certificate in industrial relations from MIND, and a degree in human resource management from the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. I know it has been a rough year for some of our members, but we come too far to give up on ourselves and the JCC. So I'm here today as a candidate for the position of the first vice president because I cannot give up on my passion for equity and fairness. JCSA members, understandable, after the compensation review, some of you are wondering if you should stay or leave the union. I will not stand here today and pretend that I fully understand everything you're going through and why some of you are disappointed. But I am extending an hand of partnership to all, giving my service over self-interest. I want to make it clear today that I will extend my service wherever, whenever, to all members and prospective members. And I promise you, I will never compromise my principle and always put the members' value over autocracy. I will endeavor to use inclusion over isolation. I understand that some of our members are faced with kangaroo courts. I will use my knowledge to endeavor the safety of them in the member and the organization they serve. I am here today to say to our members wishing to leave the union that I am willing to work with you to the extent of my knowledge and to give you liberty over limitations, job security over insecurity, especially to some of our members, and this is a passion of mine, to some of our members who are being forced out of the workforce due to illness. In some organizations, and I must say agencies, that when persons are ill, they use a policy document to put the person out of jobs. It is currently happening in the tax administrator's department, where a policy guideline is putting persons after temporary appointments for some persons from 2017, is now being told that they might be sent back to central government after being SARA from 2017. It is wrong. I will seek to use my knowledge and experience to challenge some of the rules that is written in some of the policy documents that are being discriminated and used as a limitation to the extent it is negatively affecting some of our members' employment. And I must say, it's not just the tax administration department. I will extend my knowledge and experience to assist members who are working on contract that did not receive benefit from the compensation review, which is a complete breach of government policy, because our compensation and benefits are usually depend on the rate our employers pay for a particular job or position at the time of the contractual period. So why is it that some of the contract members did not receive a retroactive or an increase in salary after their contract clearly states that their salary rates are paid according to the government of Jamaica pay scale? What is the difference this time? I must say, some of our members' policies are used, and the mannerism of which it has been done is really and truly not appreciated. Because you are employed to a position, and it's when certain increase must be paid that would have garnered benefits. You are now told that based on the terms of your employment, you are not entitled to that benefit that persons in the same capacity doing similar job is entitled to. This is Jamaica. And no matter who your employer are, you are to be treated fairly and with equity. I am requesting that the members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association come out, vote, give me the opportunity to continue to bring a voice to the voiceless. I promise you that we'll also put people over politics. I will endeavor in my tenure to use substance over slander. And most importantly, I will give of my service with honor, diligence, and due respect for all. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Keisha. An efficient use of time. She had over 5 minutes to spare. Let's see if Clarence Frater will deliver well in such an efficient manner as well. Ladies and gentlemen, your first vice presidential candidate, Clarence Frater.
Mr. Garth Williams, our moderator, President O'Neill Grant, General Secretary, Sister Stephanie Powell Williams, honorable judges, distinguished members and prospective members of the JCSA, my fellow officers, my worthy opponent, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, those of our members here in person and those on the various electronic platform. A pleasant morning to you all. As your sitting third vice president, it is my fervent intention to continue to serve this noble and august organization, the Jamaica Civil Service Association, in the new capacity of first vice president. My name is Clarence Frater. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Resource Management, an associate degree in Business Administration, a certificate in Public Administration, just to name a few. My vision, honorable judges, the vision of the JCSA is to offer excellent advocacy service and support to its members who are from all areas of the public service in Jamaica. My vision coincides with that of the JCSA. In addition, and to be more specific and direct, it is my vision to see a public service where there is no discrimination and where all employees are treated equally and fairly. Where contract work is not perceived to be used as a weapon against workers in the public service, where every employee will know that they have the strongest quality of representation through the Jamaica Civil Service Association. And here are some of the strategies. Honorable judges, there are several strategies to be used to ensure that my vision and the aligned vision of the JCSA are realized. One, to ensure that representation of the hard-working correctional officers by the JCSA is recognized by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service at all levels of representation. It cannot be that the JCSA has the largest membership in the Department of Correctional Service, and we are told that the JCSA is not recognized to discuss the compensation review on behalf of correctional officers. We have already taken steps to rectify that situation. As an integral part of the officer corps, I have provided and will continue to provide full support to the JCSA's leadership and management team. 2, I strongly believe that all employees doing similar work should get similar pay. As an approach, the JCSA have sought to ensure that this matter is addressed under the current compensation review. As a strategic member of the JCSA's negotiating team, I must and I will ensure that where there is evidence to the contrary, then this must be pointed out and corrected without delay. I intend to hold the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and by extension, the Transformation Implementation Unit accountable in this regard in phase 2 of the implementation of the compensation review. 3, the JCSA is aware that there are inequities in how contract employment are operationalized in the public service. We are aware that for some workers, they are given 3-year employment contract with the payment of gratuity. We also know that there are many workers who are given 3 months and 6 months employment contracts to avoid paying gratuity. As your first vice president, I promise to work vigorously to have the contract arrangement in the public service addressed once and for all. I am, however, encouraged by the recent move by the government to start the process of creating posts to replace some contract employment with permanent employment. 4, honorable judges, the JCSA is doing significant work to improve the standard of the public service of Jamaica, to represent all members of the association, to improve the social and economic condition of our members in the civil service, and to advance the general welfare of our members. But I am of the view that we are not communicating as effectively as we ought to. Significant improvements have been made, however, over the last few years, but much more needs to be done. Among the strategies that I had proposed previously was to have at least 1 monthly media briefing to let the members, prospective members, and by extension the wider public, to be more aware of the activities of the JCSA. In my debate for 3rd Vice President in 2022, I had proposed a name for this feature. I had proposed JCSA Now. But let me tell you, I am happy to announce in this debate that the JCSA Now has a feature every Monday morning on Radio Jamaica 94 called How Sweet the Fruit. This strategy will continue to promote the activities of the JCSA. But having said all these strategies, what are the expected results, judges and my opponents? Honorable judges, here are some results that I am expecting in the short and medium term. I can't see it. And an improvement in the lives, and that's number 1, is an improvement in the lives and livelihood for all public sector workers. 2, I want the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to recognize and understand that the JCSA's leadership, of which I will be the first Vice President, will not stand idly by and allow the ministry to whittle away the hard-fought benefits that the JCSA have negotiated over the many years. It will not happen as long as I, Clarence J. Frater, is your first Vice President. And more importantly, and sits on the negotiating team. And for that very reason is why I can proudly say to our traveling officers today that your duty concession is safe as long as the JCSA is at the negotiating table, and I am one of those members. 3, I want the implementation of the current compensation review to be adjusted to reflect equity. The compensation review was originally contemplated to correct the inequities in the public sector. However, based on the implementation of phase 1, too many anomalies have surfaced. Chief among them is where supervisors and supervisee are receiving the same pay, and in some instances the supervisee is receiving more pay than the supervisor. That must change. 4, I want a level playing field for contract workers. In fact, I want persons who are employed on short-term contracts for several years to be appointed in permanent posts, as this, I believe, will have a positive impact on their pension. It will also allow for workers to be able to access loans from financial institutions, as currently some contract workers are finding it extremely difficult to access loans. The announcement from the Honorable Minister of Finance with respect to making more posts available to permanent employed contract workers is a start, but remember now, it must go further and within a reasonable timeline. 5, and here I pause because this is of fundamental importance. I want the members and prospective members of the JCSA to have faith in the JCSA, knowing that in the JCSA they have the best possible representation, barring none. The area of national policy formulation, honorable judges, and here I want my worthy opponent to take notice. In order for one to be able to impact and affect national policies, one must be able to identify those issues that affect the civil service and the wider public. One must also possess the skill set to articulate those issues. In doing the research, one must be able to analyze the issues and be able to provide workable solutions. Now, as a veteran civil servant with more than 37 years of service, coupled with membership in the JCSA for over 36 years, having served on the General Council for over 30 years, on the executive for over 18 years, and as an officer over the last 3 years, I have the experience. My skills were, this is important, my skills were utilized on many occasions to include the recent proposed national policy on paternity leave. Led by our illustrious President, Brother O'Neill Grant, we, the leaders and management of the JCSA, has put forward some solid argument as to why we believe the government should overhaul the maternity leave to incorporate paternity leave. Most recently, Sister Tisha Clark Griffiths and I participated in the technical working group for the revision of the public service regulation. I strongly believe that it is a most egregious act to have a worker being interdicted on quarter pay for several years on the basis of an allegation. Immediately, the worker is being penalized by this act, even before he's able to have his day in court, so to speak. My worthy opponent, I have been there and I have done that. Now let me turn to my contribution to sector work. Honorable judges, it is important to know that my contribution to the development and enhancement of the JCSA is enormous. For the past 3 years, I have served this august body in the capacity of third vice president. Over the years, I have served the JCSA in the following areas: Chairman, Men's Forum Planning Committee, Jassir Park Committee, Inaugural Banquet Committee. Currently, I'm the monitoring officer for the Fundraising Committee, the Minimart Committee, the Men's Coalition Committee. I am extremely proud to announce that coming out of the advocacy from the Men's Coalition Committee, we have, for the first time in the public sector, paternity leave. Respect is due. Based on my work with the committee, the Fundraising Committee was awarded Committee of the Year in 2021. The Minimart Committee continues to create waves by going to the various MDAs, providing our members with reduced price on various grocery items. Leadership matters. Other committees have served on claims cadre, wage negotiation, members' benefits, sports, policy and constitution, human resource, Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, Public Sector Committee. My JCSA's recognition. As a result of my hard work and dedication, I was awarded the President's Award, Departmental Representative of the Year Award, JCSA Long Service Award. Honorable judges, my opponent, based on the work and worth, I was elected to the Officer Corps in 2020. Upon my elevation, I was assigned Zonal Chairman responsibility for the South Central region, which encompasses St. Catherine, Clarendon, Manchester, Santa Cruz, and Black River chapters. Under my leadership, the chapters continue to grow from strength to strength. Even in the heights of the COVID pandemic, I was there with a chapter not just to plan activities, but to actually be physically present and actively participating in the activities, to include their annual chapter project. The chapters were kept up to date on all activities of the JCSA. I work closely with the chapter chairs and their executive, the regional administrator, the assigned industrial relations officer, the general secretary, and her secretarial staff, and of course the officer corps, to ensure that my chapters got the best possible support. I am proud to announce that for the entire period that I am zonal chairman, the Manchester chapter have won chapter of the year every single year. I'm proud of you, Manchester chapter. Coupled with that, my Clarendon chapter received the joint most improved chapter of the year award last year. Big up to South Central region. I must commend the chapters in the South Central region for their outstanding contribution to the JCSA and its membership. I am currently the sector lead for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and all the agencies that fall under them. Honorable judges, my opponent, members and prospective members, leadership does matter. And it is for that reason why I'm seeking the support to ensure that the JCSA remains in good, stable, conscious and dependable hands by giving your votes to me, Clarence Frater, for first vice president at the upcoming JCSA election scheduled for May 11, 2023 in the rural areas and on May 26, 2023 for the urban areas. Much more to be said, but time will not permit. I thank you.
And that was the 15-minute timer just going off a while ago. Clarence sounding a little bit like Brian Spuddy Rickman towards the end there. As he came into the final stretch, realizing that he didn't... yeah, I realize. So let's hear it again, ladies and gentlemen, for both our first vice presidential candidates, Keisha James and just now, Clarence Frater. It's time for the presidential candidates to present their manifestos. They have a similar time limitation to not exceed 15 minutes. Presidential candidates do not exceed 15 minutes. Leo Byfield, Onyedine Lawrence Jack, Jillian Corodos, and Tisha Clark Griffiths. So we will start with Leo and work our way right through to Tisha. So please make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Leo Byfield.
Good morning, everyone. Let me acknowledge our moderator for today, Mr. Garth Williams. Let me acknowledge the president, Mr. O'Neill Grant. And I must say, soon to be immediate past president, I want to thank you personally for your dedication over the many years. Sister Tiffany Powell, our general secretary, and I should add Williams because she's now married. My nominees, these lovely ladies, I must say I'm happy to be amongst you. I wish you all the best in your debates. For delegates who are here, I acknowledge your presence, those here and online. You, the voters, I also acknowledge you. My name is Leo Byfield, and my journey in regards to schooling started at the University of the West Indies, where I studied economics. I have been a member of this association for over 20 years. I've been a delegate for 17 years, so I have some amount of experience. 2 of those years, I was elected to the executive committee. and today I'm seeking your vote to be your next president. I'm centering my argument today around 4 categories, so to speak. Education is one, housing is the other, transportation, and sometimes they say, great might think alike, contract employment. If time permits, I will also speak a little about the compensation review and my thoughts having to do with the compensation review. Brothers and sisters, I believe that education is the key. It is with this I will seek to increase the tertiary grant given to our members from $50,000 to at least $100,000. Now, if you had applied to JSSA and didn't benefit, I will ensure that you are prioritized. It is also my dream that persons who fall between bands 1 to 3 are given the opportunity to engage their education or further their education. As a result, I'll be negotiating that your tuition will be covered through the arrangement of funding with the Ministry of Finance. I also have a view that the JSSA members, the household, are important. I will suggest to the government that JSSA members who have children, at least one child should be guaranteed free tuition to any university of their choice. Single parent household. If you also fall within band 1 to 3, I will propose to the government that your child or your children should not pay any auxiliary fee from primary to secondary education. Therefore, it will ease your mind somewhat. In regards to housing, for many years, almost 2 decades, we have had 20 acres of land. We need to occupy these lands. I will engage with the government to see how best we can start having houses for our members. I am committed to you, the member. I believe you should be able to own your own home. And if possible, we can increase it from 20 acres to 30. It is with this idea that I'm guaranteeing you that in the next 5 years, I will seek to have at least 3 new housing schemes, 1 for each county. That's a good start. I know that owning a home is one of the most impossible things to do. Therefore, members that falls within band 1 to 3, I will guarantee you that a percentage of those new housing schemes will be dedicated to you. In regards to transportation, my aim in the next 5 years is to increase the buses that plies the route for government workers in Kingston and St. Catherine. I will seek to have at least 1 new bus on each and every route. To get onto the bus system is almost like winning the lotto. And I think we deserve to have our members' traveling style. My aim also is to ensure that this is not just a Kingston and St. Andrew and St. Catherine thing. I want to spread it out to the rural areas. And I will start with at least seeing the operation in 1 county, one of the 3 counties. I also want to introduce the idea of a shuttle service. And this is how it would work. Say, for instance, you live in Yalas and you work in Morant Bay. We would have a shuttle service that would bring you from Yalas to Morant Bay. And this would operate, regular working time, 5 to 9 p.m. And this, to me, will help somewhat with your transportation costs. I think it's important that we seek to make the livelihood of our members a little bit easier. To add to that, if members want to go on a little trip, I will make sure you have made available, at least for once per year, for each ministry, a bus that takes you to your destination. We want to encourage, camaraderie with our members. Moving on to the issue of contract employment, and I want to show you that it's not today we have been speaking about the issue of compensation contract workers. In 2014, I stated that members who are working 10 years and more should be made permanent. And, it's sad to know that after working 5 years in a position that you're worthy of, that you are not considered. We need to audit the government ministry to see where we can facilitate contract members being made permanent. In addition, I want to introduce to the government that we look into the idea of those who have given their time and service, and I would start with at least 5 years, that they be given some relief as to getting certain benefits. If you're a contract worker now, and say, for instance, you try to get a loan, you might be told that because you're under the contract employment, you cannot access that loan. I believe that having given your time and service, that this should change. It has happened in other jurisdictions, it can happen in Jamaica. They should see some amount of benefit for being with the organization for so long. In regards to flexible working arrangement, I believe that the government policy on work from home is one that we should consider. It is happening in the banking situation, banking service, that persons are working from home. I will promote the idea of at least 1 day be given to government employees in regards to working from home. Let me talk about little now of the compensation review. Last year, I brought to the, this very medium that there was an issue with the compensation review. IT workers were being placed at the lower level, right? Those workers should have been prioritized. I spoke about the correctional officers who were complaining that they were not being considered. Where was the leadership during that time? This was over a year ago, and when the government had and were engaged with the consultant Ernst & Young. This is a missed opportunity by the leadership, and I believe that if you are visionary, that it allows you the ability to make smart decisions. Now, in regards to the compensation again, Sister Tesha Clark Griffiths, in the year 2021, came to us with an idea that the government would like to sign off on the negotiation, and basically they were looking at an increase of 4% and of 40,000 lump sum payment. And we should agree to it. I was not in favor. I made the announcement that many of my workforce, our constituents, were saying that 4% didn't equate to anything. I made the suggestion during that time that we should have signed a document that would protect the right of the traveling officers, sorry about that, the right of the traveling officers to secure somewhat or some amount of increase. What happened is that there was a signing. There wasn't any document that protected the traveling officers from earning an income. And by the compensation came about, we were almost at a stage of industrial dispute. To couple with that, it was later discovered that other persons, right, had received $100,000. This, I think, demonstrated that vision is priority. We have missed the opportunity in terms of the compensation review. In regards of those officers that are being paid, I mean, you're the manager and you're being paid less than the persons you supervise. This proved that the compensation needed a little bit more work. You might hear this coming out in the second phase of the compensation review. But if the first phase wasn't ready, how comes you reach the second? I think those traveling officers, we traveling officers, were dealt a bad deal. We were promised that our salaries did not include the increase. And I will stand to make sure that this is corrected. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for your support going forward. I'm committed, I am a visionary, and I do ask for you to come and support me come this May 11th and 26th. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Leo Byfield, presidential candidate. I seem to have misplaced my notes, but it is Onyedine Lawrence Jack, right? So please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the second of your presidential candidates presenting this morning, Onyedine Lawrence Jack.
Mr. Moderator, Brother President, Madam General Secretary, esteemed judges, my worthy opponents, brothers and sisters, good morning. Today I rise to speak with you, and I am extremely elated to offer myself as president of our noble organization. My mission is your mission, which is to uphold the highest qualities of professional service to the nation through the guarantee of a highly trained workforce of competent and committed persons whose legitimate interests are safeguarded and affirmed through membership in the organization. It is with this mission, which forms the pillar on which I offer myself for this esteemed position of President of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. An additional incentive to my entering this race is the mantra by which I live and serve the public service for 30 years. Together, we serve with excellence, service above self. I have served in the following capacities as a means of contributing to the growth and development of the JCSA, departmental representative, co-chair for the Women's Action Committee, representing the union nationally, regionally, and internationally at the level of Public Service International and Caribbean Public Service Association. I was integral in the formation of the Women's Action Committee, St. Mary Chapter. I was a member of the Minimart Committee, vice chair of the Justice Sarah Park Management Committee, and served on the Executive Committee as National Staff Relations Officer. It is my firm belief and no doubt that of most high-achieving public servants that to win, you must prepare and shod your feet with the right running shoes. My tenure as a practicing Chief Internal Auditor in the public sector has prepared and equipped me with the necessary skills and competencies to assist me in charting the waters that our organization will and must navigate to remain relevant and responsive in order to provide the representation that our members are demanding. I possess critical thinking skills as a critical reader and researcher. I am analytical. I know how to analyze quantitative and qualitative data. I possess excellent thinking and planning skills because it forms part of my professional day-to-day activity. I can identify vision, create and implement long and short-term goals, as well as effective tactics to achieve them. It has not escaped me that having knowledge of government policies and procedures to include the complexities of salary scales and entitlements and computations are necessary competencies. Having been an auditor for more than 20 years, I can assure you that I have the competencies to move the union forward. Given these competencies, I know that I can do it, but I can't do it alone. It will take all of us sharing a common vision of a modern and efficient union that is able to adapt to the changing realities of our members. Our forward-thinking vision will be built on these pillars: advocacy, participation, communication, collaboration, inclusiveness, competence, and integrity. I am conscious that addressing labor relations matter in the public sector is an essential part of the union's president's responsibility. Such a mammoth task must, however, be tackled with collaboration. Collaboration is important to achieve shared goals. I endeavor to work alongside other union leaders to develop short, mid, and long-term strategies. We are long past negotiating for salaries and benefits only. The Transform Union must focus on the overall well-being of its members. I'm referring to a work-life balance. The current working and external environment, coupled with home life issues, present hardship as well as mental challenges. The Ministry of Health and Wellness revealed that 3% of Jamaicans have a depressive disorder. Needless to say, some are our members. When elected, I will seek to have an industrial psychologist added to the organizational structure of the union. For the rural areas, we will identify and contract the professionals so that the members island-wide can confidentially access the service. We, the union, must be proactive and responsive, as I mentioned before, in securing and maintaining not only the financial wealth, but the mental wealth of our members. Mental illness is included in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as a gold health and development priority. The JCSA, under my presidency, will not only embrace this feature of the SDG, but will pursue it relentlessly. A critical pillar of this presidency is improving our communication among the membership. and I have already earmarked the continuation of utilizing and leveraging access to various social media platforms and handles publicizing and reaching you, our members, in a timely manner on public events for the union's position on labor relations issues and key stakeholders issues. This will help to gain public support. To be effective, we will ensure that there is an interactive medium by which members and the wider public can receive valuable and credible information. Whilst the current radio program, How Sweet the Fruit, is quite informative, it does not allow for questions. Meet Your President, a quarterly forum with the President where questions are allowed, will be facilitated with a view to enhance the program as we seek to actively engage our members. The social media platforms will be monitored daily and questions responded to ensure that we address all concerns. The union currently has a personal and professional development plan which seeks to expose departmental representatives to industrial relations, and this will continue. Training is necessary to improve knowledge and negotiation skills in dealing with labor matters. As your president, I will use the platform that you have entrusted me with to advocate for issues that matter to you, our members, and the general public. We know that advocacy is critical to ensuring that labor laws, regulation, and practices are fair and just, and that employers uphold their obligations in relation to us. There should be term limit for officers, executive committee members, chairmen, and co-chair of committees. A discussion must be had as to the best option for our noble organization. Will we continue with the present system or change lane to reflect the fairness and democracy that we often profess? Term limits will allow for fresh ideas, avoid stagnation, as more members will be afforded the opportunity to serve. This would result in organized planning time, prevent complacency, and minimize familiarity. Limitation of tenure promotes diversity and facilitates the harvesting of core competencies to deal with our changing environment. Of significance is the fact that it prevents the lengthy concentration of power within a small group of people and the intimidation of group members. Continuity is of paramount importance, especially in the light of being financially prudent. Therefore, the action plan of any project that is beneficial to the members will continue. The completion of the rehabilitation of Jassasera Park is a must. We deserve a modern and comfortable facility. Brother President, we must say thank you. The resource center to be built in short succession will lift some of the burden from our women and cause an improvement in family life. This is supported by the Sustainable Development Goal 5, which promotes gender equality and empowerment of women. We must examine and re-examine the charge for dues. Current obligations will have to be assessed. The concerns of members must be taken seriously. The increase in dues added to the discontent with the compensation review has caused an intensification in requests for resignation. In excess of 300 members within the last quarter ending May 31, 2023. If we are not proactive, we may only be left with members because they are indebted to the mutual thrift. I beseech you, my members, to trust your union and not withdraw your membership. The complaints pertaining to the dues payable is not the only urgent complaint. The compensation review has been a sore point for our members. We cannot shy away from the discussion surrounding the compensation review. We must constantly reassure our members in an honest way that we are always working for them. Brothers and sisters, we are strong and more efficient if we work in partnership with organizations who share similar goals, values, and interests. Teamwork is a must and will be practiced. This is how we will move to correct the fallouts from the compensation review. Our employer promised the compensation system would be simpler, consistent, more competitive, and sustainable. However, phase 1 of the compensation was riddled with challenges from misunderstanding, lack of information, loss of benefits to implementation issues. Brothers and sisters, we will sit firmly at the table during negotiation, having harvested the knowledge from our able members. We will stand on our feet and not on bended knees. We will demand to be heard, especially on matters relating to mileage, salary, bands, and scales. These are still haunting us from phase 1. We will fight to retain our duty concession. We put our employer on notice that we will not accept the removal of the nomenclature traveling officers as we see it as a means to get rid of our duty concession. The 100 everybody drive, get there anyway, we will not accept because it is not sustainable. As we prepare for commencements of phase 2, we are mindful of the lessons learned from phase 1. To prevent a relapse, we will ensure that communication is accurate, clear, and frequent. We will have sessions with the HRs to determine whether the job evaluation is yielding its expected results, that of standardization. As your president, your union will stand able and will make representation to ensure that our members' benefits are protected. We believe in the collective bargaining process. It works when informed preparation is done. We are industrious, competent, collaborative, committed, and conduct our operations with integrity whilst ensuring inclusiveness. We can achieve a union properly positioned to meet the national vision. Jamaica, the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. I want to thank each and every one of you for your support. I will continue to need your support in making my mission, which is your mission, a reality, as we seek to uphold the highest qualities of professional service to the nation through the guarantee of a highly trained workforce of competent and committed persons whose legitimate interests are safeguarded and affirmed through membership in the organization. Brothers and sisters, it can be done. I can do it. You can do it. Together we can do it. Let us get it done. This is the time to deliver. There may be obstacles, but it is up to us to overcome them together. Solidarity.
Ladies and gentlemen, just presenting just now, Onyedine Lawrence Jack. She is the second of 4 presidential candidates. We heard just before her Leo Byfield. For those of you who are just joining us, thank you. We are in the manifesto section of today's electoral debates. So the manifestos for the first vice presidential candidates were already presented. Those were done by Keisha James and Clarence Frater. We heard manifesto presentations done just now by Leo Byfield and Onyedine Lawrence Jack. We will receive shortly Gillian Coronas and Tisha Clark Griffiths, also presidential candidates. And one of our judges had to just leave the room momentarily. We will resume in about 3 minutes on his return. So now you know which judge it is. We have two ladies and 1 gentleman. But he has a very urgent matter that needs his attention, and he just stepped out of the room to attend to that. So we will receive the other 2 presidential candidates in just a moment. We can resume now? Great. It's lovely when 3 minutes rounds down to 30 seconds. I'm pretty sure there are some folks watching online who say, "Lad, why the break?" Right? But we thank you for your understanding, and we thank the judge for his prompt attention to the matter. And now he's back in his space. So again, we are in the manifesto section. We will take 2 more manifesto presentations, and then we will get into the debate, all right? And that is coming up shortly. So, I think Jillian Carrodos is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jillian Carrodos as she presents her manifesto as a presidential candidate. Come on, man, let's go. Come on.
Members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, retired officers, and I pause to extend my appreciation for the work of past President O'Neill Grant, members of the General Council, distinguished panel of judges, members and potential members of this organization, august body, and past members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, who I am sure will be contemplating a rejoin of the organization. It is an absolute pleasure to address you this morning as we move closer to the election for the president of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. When we're looking for a president, we're looking for one with compassion, genuine caring for the people, one who is not frightened by power and or authority, a humble individual, one who has experience in authority and does not need to wear an emblem for respect. One who is an expert in the field of industrial relations, one who has a business of ensuring that the workers' interest is foremost and has a track record in this regard. One who is known and respected by the government and trade union colleagues, one who is factual and fearless in defense of the welfare, your welfare, the well-being and development of workers, and more so, members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. One that has not to be afraid of standing up for justice, speaking the truth as they know it. One that is a seasoned negotiator and can fix the problems and, don't laugh, algorithms that have not served many very well. A woman that can sit on the corner, laugh and talk with you, listen to your real problems, and articulate them with the highest level of respect in this country. One that is not afraid to sit with the movers and shakers of this country to guarantee your welfare and well-being. And I know a lot of people are saying, one that is not a sellout, and this one cannot be sold or bought. A lot of persons might be surprised, as someone who has served in labor relations for over 26 years at the highest levels. I currently hold the position of Divisional Director, Industrial Relations and Allied Services, where all public and private sector disputes come for my resolution. If it is that my team cannot resolve these disputes, it is sent to the labor court. So it is the best that you can get, the most exposed to the challenges that you face as workers. You may wonder, so what is it that she has to gain? What I want for you, and I'm making a personal sacrifice, is respect. It's decent work. It is benefits that surpass you into the next generation and generations of workers, your children and your children's children. I'm going to spend just a little bit of time to speak about my exposure, but not to spend too much time there. But before saying that, the president of the Jamaica Civil Service Association has to be, must be, a strong leader. It's not about making up noise, but have very strong policies and principles. One that has vision, has commitment, and as some would say, charisma and charm, because you catch more flies with honey. Now, when we talk about Jillian Corodas, your upcoming president of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, I'm an Andrews girl, regular G, as they say, G for Jillian. You can call me Jillian, I'm not offended. You don't have to call me president when I become the president, right? I'm your representative. And yes, I'm the mother of 3 children, now 2. Now, in respect of academic pursuits, I have a master's in business administration, focusing on public service management. 26 years of service in this area. I have represented this country at the highest levels of labor relations, being the only administrator in labor relations that has served at the G20 meetings representing CARICOM. So I've not only served the JCSA, as I'm going to tell you soon, and the country, I've served CARICOM in respect of decent work, policies and procedures that affect the rights of workers globally. I have attended the meetings of the International Labour Organization on several accounts, last of which was in Spain, looking at how do we inspect to ensure decent work, occupational safety and health, and those matters. I have served many sectors of government, Ministry of Health, National Security, Planning Institute of Jamaica, Labour, the Institute of Jamaica Culture, many different, as an employee. But as the second vice president of this noble body, august institution, I have served every single sector, from the top to the bottom, the permanent secretary to the gardener, the driver. Everybody is equally important, and that's my mantra. None no better than none, none no more equal than the other. Everybody is equal. Now, I did hear persons refer to opponents. They're my friends. And I stand here to say that the reason I've gotten up is not to run against my friends. Onidine, Keisha for first VP, Leo for president, Tisha, who is still the first vice president by way of the Constitution, and Mr. Frater, who is also still the third vice president by Constitution. I see Mr. O'Neill Grant asking why me now call him. Of course, me have to go work with O'Neill. O'Neill can't there so long I will leave him alone. Right. So we have to recognize that we're not against each other in this room, nor in this association. And I've not mentioned Mr. Kelvin, which I brought into the union. I go to his house one night, go dig him out, because I knew that he could add value, right? And he has been here, and he is the second vice president. Now, in my role as president, I have to address the compensation review. It cannot be that after union has negotiated, almost every single public officer that I have heard is dissatisfied. It cannot be. It cannot be that after you have signed an agreement, you're going to ask the government to relook it because they never do it right. You must know, you must have the competency, you must have the forthrightness to demand that which you have signed. And I am asking the question, how much I want to see the agreement yet that affect to know? If me sign it, you'll see it before anybody else see it because you are my member, right? When you speak about a compensation review, you cannot have the subordinates getting more money than the supervisor. It cannot work. You cannot have people who have to inspect private sector, drive the car, expose themselves, have no coverage for the upkeep of their motor vehicles. It cannot be. There is a real cost which is reimbursable. And I think this is one of the foremost things that I know the government will listen to my review of. I am competent and confident in the fact that it cannot be that there are some positions that have never been reviewed in the last 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and you just add on and increase to it. It can't work. We have to go back into it and fix the compensation with a job review. I have written many job descriptions in the Ministry of Transport and Works, Housing, Works, the Ministry of Labor, lots of different places, and we're still writing them. And I will continue to ensure that each of you, not one and two of you, each of you becomes satisfied with your compensation, because if your money can't motivate you, I don't know what is going to motivate you in government. You cannot be serving your life in the public service, and when you leave as a pensioner, then laugh after we. We cannot do that. We have to look at our pension arrangements. I know a lot of people not in this for the long pension thing. You must ensure that you vote for the right president so that we can deal with and address your needs in terms of compensation. People have said they're not only compensation should talk about, no many other things. Transportation, too many of us still run for the bus, right? We have a government bus company called the Jamaica Urban Transit Company, as well as the Montego Bay Metro. We need to have arrangements for better service to expand government bus service using some of these companies. I used to work in a transport, so I know them very well. I know the structure, and I'm going to fix it. Right? You notice I didn't say I have any opponents, because all of those who spoke today, I have a place in my cabinet for them. Right? When I become the president, they will have a place. I'm not pushing out nobody, because everybody had a valid point today. In terms of the government bus service, yes, we have some nice bus, but we want some more seats. We want to reach some more people so that they don't have to take taxi for run to catch a bus and miss the bus and whole heap of money same way. We have to fix that system. In terms of ICT, every country is moving globally. I'm checking my time, because I have a lot to say. But when you vote me as president, I will have a lot more to do. Not just say it, it's not a mouth talk thing in here. Now, when we talk about ICT, every public officer and their children, every household of a public officer must have some device. Cannot be that children are learning online and we public sector workers can't even get a tablet or a laptop or something. It cannot work. And these are the things that we need to look at. Part program is giving them out. We want some too, right? And that is something I'm going to insist on. It cannot be that your children are doing CAPE, CSEC, and they cannot access, while you are absent at work, serving the nation, they cannot access the internet. We need some arrangement to give our children and ourselves internet access. It's a global move, information age, and all of you as members and public sector workers are going into that age under my administration. I know a lot of people wondering is why she take this, but I am committed. Anything I'm doing, I do it 100%. If I'm not doing it, I'll tell you. Like last year, I tell you. But this year, I'm doing it. Right? When you look at the transformation of laws, I have already been participating in the transformation of laws. Right now, there is no law in Jamaica that says that a worker must get a pay slip. Can you imagine that? We're working on it, right? In my sleep, I can tell the labor laws, and I will fix those that need to be fixed in terms of policies within the government of Jamaica. I have sat on the committee that addresses the review of the public services regulations. I have presented myself to you in many ways. I am not afraid to make the sacrifice that you need in a president. When we talk about training and development, I have served as the founding lecturer and the author of the PCIR, Professional Certificate in Industrial Relations course. I have rewritten the curriculum. I have written also the course in Caribbean labor law for the University of the West Indies, taught in 15 campuses. I'm ready for the job. And I heard Freighter, Leo, Keisha, Onidine, they are bright people. And we now push them away because we're not opponents. In my administration, you will have a space in my cabinet. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, Gillian. Gillian is the third of 4 presidential candidates. We are still in the manifesto section of today's program. So we will now invite Tisha Clark-Griffiths to bring the 4th manifesto, her manifesto as president. Please welcome her, ladies and gentlemen.
One second. No, man. Mr. Chairman, honorable judges, my beloved brothers and sisters joining us online and here at Jassissaire Park, fellow candidates, good morning. My officers, good morning. Thriving with Tisha, what does this mean? Thriving with Tisha is an investment in a renewed, robust JCSA. Thriving with Tisha is a commitment to the JCSA membership and the public service of Jamaica. When elected and given the opportunity to serve as the president of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, I, Tisha Clark-Griffiths, will continue my strong, dedicated, and loyal representation in the trade union movement, locally, internationally, while securing equal opportunities for all our members. I promise to continue to build on the positive image-based environment for the future leaders of the Jamaica Civil Service Association and the membership on a whole. And that is what it means to thrive with Tisha. Thriving with Tisha means continued access to the JCSA benefits. We have a strategic plan, the first strategic plan that was developed by this administration
to which all our candidates are boasting about. We have 15% discount in the Kingston and Western mini-marts. We offer grants and scholarships to our members. Access to the Jamaica Civil Service Mutual Thrift Society, or ID cards, which gives us the opportunity to access discount housing. We have developed housing solutions to which some of our members currently live. Union Estate is one that we boast about. And we have, in a development process, Irwin Development in St. James, a committee that I sit on at in the National Housing Trust. We offer excellent industrial relations services. Thriving with Tisha. Thriving with Tisha means the continued redevelopment at Justice Park. The auditorium, which my opponents will see, and the new developments that are taking place at the park with a meeting room and other amenities such as wellness center that our members currently enjoy, the kitchen and sports bar that we will add as part of our development of J Park. We have in our strategic plan a multi-purpose court that will expand beyond just the members, but also that one that can be used for many other activities to host business house competitions. We are returning to the park, the glory days, where we have cricket in the park, the operation and expansion of the gym, to which my members in my local government organization now goes. And because of the overwhelming use of the gym, we're now thinking about expanding the facility, not just here at J Park, but looking at other gyms island-wide to which where our members can go to improve their physical and mental health. Operation, we have land at Braco that in our long-term plan will develop cottages and have vacation homes, cottages for members to rejuvenate. We have in the pipeline housing developments, plans, expansion and renovation of our regional offices. Tisha's proposed vision and strategies not only lies with me, but through the leadership of this organization, O'Neill Grant would have developed the first strategic plan. And since 2019, Tisha Clark Griffiths would have led the strategic process in this organization to put us where we are today. Articulating in our strategic plan is long-term and medium-term goals, and they rest on 4 pillars. 1, improve service and operational efficiency to our members, improve access to JCSA services, improve our human capital development, and operationalize financial performances. We have visions, goals. Under priority 1, imagine with me a JCSA mobile service that will provide a mobile unit, provide service to remote areas, those areas that are not easily accessed by other members. Schedule IDs and card services in all the parishes. This mobile unit will be able to provide member services, industrial relations services, and grievance handling. This, my members, will complement the cadre of excellent industrial relations officers and staff in the Secretariat and the regional offices as we seek to expand and establish additional spaces to serve our members, because our organization under this leadership would have moved from 10,000 to 30,000, something that we should be commended for. Close your eyes with me and establish and look at our mobile mini-marts. Distributing services to all parishes based on a managed schedule. Availability of discounted products for members. Place orders via telephone and email, and orders delivered to your offices. That's the JCSA I'm thinking about in my vision. Thriving with Tisha means the development of a JCSA app. My members, imagine going into the Google Play Store and the Apple Store and downloading your JCSA app. Each member on their mobile device will be able to apply for membership, track your application process, access information about benefits and discount housing, order and pay for goods for the mini-mart and deliver online using the mobile mini-mart. Those are some of my vision, in addition to the strategic plans that are currently that is currently a part of the team that I am a part of. Take me back to priority 3, human capital development. Imagine having an ambassador in every primary school island-wide. Well, my vision is to add to the grants and scholarship a prep and high school scholarship for all chapters. 2 per chapter, which would be equal to 24. All 24 recipients will automatically be recognized as JCSA Youth Ambassadors. As part of our corporate social responsibilities, we have already started the process and have adopted and invested in the Sydney L Basic School in Manchester and our annual Kids for Change camp in St. James, with several more projects to come. The JCSA is investing not only in your future members, but that of your children, adding to the scholarships and grants that have been negotiated by our team. This will ensure that the JCSA not only has a role to play in representing workers, but also ensuring that we provide opportunities for the development of future leaders. Expanding of training and development programs for our members and representatives in the MDA. And we thank my dear sister Gillian for providing the platform of the PCIR course. Because Sister Gillian, since you have left, we have gone way beyond that. We are imagining that traveling to Cipriani College in Trinidad, as well as other MDAs in Caribbean countries, in an skills exchange program to improve skills and adopt best practices across the Caribbean. The countries will benefit and the member skills will be enhanced. A win-win for both. This, my members, came out of our annual retreat last year by our own departmental rep, Brother Rajiv Johnson from the Court Management Division. Yes, my members, we are listening and to your concerns, and we are taking your recommendations. Take me to priority 4, optimize our financial performance. It takes cash to care. And we know that our members are concerned about the dues. We are far advanced in that. And we are one step ahead. And we are examining that structure, and it is a decision that would have to be made at the highest level, which is our annual general meeting. We are discussing the matter, and that will be addressed under my leadership. Thriving with Tisha means helping members to improve their financial standing through advocacy and benefit. Imagine being part of a union that not only advocates for better wages and benefits, but also goes the extra mile to provide insurance benefits for members, improve access to finances through the Mutual Thrift Society, and transitioning of our JCSA housing company to provide mortgages, development of housing solution for members in keeping with the changing demography of the civil service, as workers are having significant challenges in acquiring housing solutions. My track record speaks for itself. I have evidence to show that I've served as acting president, first vice president, serving on the negotiating team, has been a member of the national executive of the JCSA for 15 years, and an officer for 5 years, and I never left. I'm still here. Zonal chair for the Western region, monitoring office of policy and constitution, legislation, and Women's Action Committee, representing the JCSA in local and international platforms, participating in the revision of the public service regulation, myself and brother Freighter. I was awarded, based on my performance, President's Award for Excellence in 2022. My track record, monitoring officer for work, contributed to the provision in the sexual harassment bill, and a myriad of contributions that I've made, including partnership with Women's Inc., worked with Men's Coalition, we've hosted conferences, donated, guided Women's Action Committee, and of course would contribute to the sexual harassment bill. Track record. Let me skip this for the next session. It was Desmond Green who stated, and I quote, "Any bee can make a buzz. It takes the teamwork of a hive to make honey." Where were you when this team on screen was working? Where were you? Abandon the ship that's set to take us to shore. Now that we have weathered the storm somehow, they are now back to report on our achievements. There is no doubt that in phase 2, the compensation restructuring will be going on through many more storms. Trust the formidable four. Trust the formidable four. Through the next storm, with the support of the treasurer, we have demonstrated our loyalty, commitment, and dedication to the team. Members, before you cast your vote, you have to ask yourself these questions. My brothers and sisters, do you want a leader that is able to stand by you even in the most difficult times? My brothers and sisters, we do not play dolly house in the union. We cannot afford to joke with our members' lives. We must protect the legacy of our members and our forefathers as we ensure that the organization survives for 100 more years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tisha Clark-Griffiths, the fourth of 4 presidential candidates presenting their manifestos. Must apologize for that timer going off. Mine was 20 seconds ahead of the actual time. And for those of you who may be concerned, the judges have taken note. They are keeping time as well. So that will be considered. Now, we have heard from 2 vice presidential candidates and 4 presidential candidates. Up next, it will be time for the meat of the matter, where each candidate will hear from the judges who will pose questions, and then we'll take the responses, we'll have rebuttals, and so on. So it's getting hot. And by the way, for those of you who may have to be on the outside today, we are in the 3rd or 4th day of a heat wave. So please ensure that you stay hydrated, avoid your soup, avoid your coffee, avoid alcohol. Well, you shouldn't be drinking alcohol at this time of the day anyway, right? But just in case you have to be on the outside, avoid those things. Water is really good for you. Fruit juices, really good for you. Stay hydrated, stay cool, stay in the shade. If you're out in the sun, I hope you have sunscreen. It is a scorcher. But the real heat is going to be in this room in about 5 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll allow you to stretch your legs, right? And get your snacks, get your water, come back, because in 5 minutes, by the time you count to 300, we are ready to roll, where the judges will pitch questions to each of the candidates in the very same order that received the manifestos. So we'll hear from the 2 first VP candidates and then the 4 presidential candidates. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Father of creation, yeah, yeah. One love. What about the one love? What about the let's get together and feel alright? I'm pleading to mankind. One love. One heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's come and get together and feel alright.
From 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this.
Secrets, so only he could reveal it. And who the carpet, let them wear it. Who the carpet, let them wear it. Said I throw me con, me no call no foul. I say in cup, cup, cup.
check. No, we're not going out. We're not going out. I just want to hear something across the room. All right. One, we need Mr. Freighter back in the room. And two, we are about to get into the next phase. So let me tell you what's happening first before we tell the voters what's happening. The judges will pitch questions to each candidate. What will happen first, though, you will all be quarantined. You are to surrender your... Listen, just don't worry, Leo. I see the question mark on your face. Right. So, you will be quarantined. You will have to surrender your devices. So you won't be able to hear your competing candidate's response to a particular question. Right? Once you're filed in and you answer, you take your seat. Just hear me out. Just hear, I'm explaining the process for you. All right? You will all be quarantined. 4 presidential candidates outside. 2 presidential VP candidates outside. One by one, you will enter the room. So first up would be Keisha to enter the room as a VP candidate. Right? The judges will pitch a question to her. She will respond to that question. She will take her seat. Clarence will then enter the room, having not heard the question nor the response, go through the same exercise and take his seat. Okay? The same thing will happen for the 4 presidential candidates. All right? So you come in, it's Leo, it's Onyedine, right? I'm so sorry, but I'll make sure I get it right for the public. This is just in the room, right? So it will be... Okay, not a problem. You know where to quarantine them, right? You come in, Leo, Onyedine, Jillian, Tisha, right? One by one, you take your seats, okay? Now, that is part 1, where, please, listen up, guys. That is part 1, where you will all face questions having not heard anything your back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Jamaica Civil Service Association electoral debate for 2023. I'm the moderator, Garth Williams. We've already heard manifestos from 2 vice presidential candidates and 4 presidential candidates. Now we're into the debate section of today's programming. Now, in this segment, each candidate will come to the lectern and face a question, questions from our panel of adjudicators. They will face those questions in 2 segments. In the first segment, which we are currently in, our candidates have been quarantined and they have surrendered their devices. They have no access to this feed. First, we'll hear from our first 2 vice presidential candidates. Keisha James. So sorry about that. Keisha James will step to the lectern. She will receive her question from our panel of adjudicators. Following her response, she will take her seat. Clarence is currently quarantined. He is not able to see the feed, hear the question, or Keisha's response. He will come in, he will face the same question, provide his response for you, and then take his seat. The same process will occur for the 4 vice presidential candidates. The questions that the VPs will face are different from the questions that the presidential candidates will face. All right? So once we've gone through, everyone has received or faced their first question. Thereafter, there is no need to quarantine. The judges will then continue with the program so that you can hear every candidate's response as the program goes on. Thereafter, we have a section for rebuttals, as each candidate may want to challenge or question something they noted during the manifesto presentation. We will allow 3 minutes for rebuttals, and then we will continue to hear from the judges based on their assessment of what has taken place. It may sound like a lot, but don't worry, we're going to flow smoothly. I hope you're understanding, all right? For those of you who are not understanding, you can always raise a question in the chat section, and we will get a response to you. But let me go again really quickly. All candidates have been quarantined. They will face 1 round of questions right here at the lectern, then take their seats. Because they're quarantined, they would not have been able to hear the question or the response before their opportunity to do so. Thereafter, the judges will continue with a round of questions, and then we'll get into rebuttals, and we will close with the judges' response on their assessment of all the day's performance. All right? So like, that make sense a while ago? Very good. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, our first vice presidential candidate, Keisha James.
Good morning, Keisha.
Good morning.
All right. So, our first question for you. According to the Ernest & Young report on the compensation review, it spoke about the adaptation of a single common factor base job evaluation system. State your full understanding of what this means for the public sector. Also, well, I'll let you answer that part first.
Repeat the question.
According to Ernest & Young, the Ernest & Young report on the compensation review, it spoke about the adaptation of a single common factor base job evaluation system. State your full understanding of what this means for the public sector.
I must give my full understanding.
It's a 2-part question.
Okay,
You want the next part? Okay. All right, also, if and when it is implemented, do you believe it will benefit the public sector? And what can the union do to enhance this process to ensure that workers benefit adequately?
If and when it is implemented?
You need me to repeat?
Yes.
Okay. If and when it is implemented, do you believe it will benefit the public sector? And what can the union do to enhance the process to ensure that workers benefit adequately?
Thank you.
And you have 2 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks. Okay. For my understanding of the Ernst & Young report, for the single common factor of a job evaluation system is that the same measurements that is used to evaluate a job across the public sector will be used no matter what the category or the type of job is. However, my understanding of that is it will, however, negatively affects the public service because some of the job evaluation system is not as clear-cut as others, or sometimes it will positively affect others. Reason being, this will garner more equity for some persons who are doing similar work. The measuring tool, and if they use the measuring tool to give proper compensation, then you will know that most persons across the government sector, whether you're in government, central government, or agencies, the pay package will be more equitable than what it is currently. So it may be a two-sided effect for me. That is my opinion. For some, it would not have such a positive effect. And I'm not sure if the single factor job evaluation system also, based on what is taking place, will lower the gap in the compensation process. And that is one of my concerns. As the union, however, we have to ensure that when using the single factor job evaluation system, all aspects of every type of job is taken into consideration and nothing is left out. We have to take into consideration the qualification is needed, the danger that is there of the job, and the experience is needed to take it through. So as the union, we have to ensure that all of that is covered and every policy, guidelines, and fairness and equity prevail.
Thank you very much, judges. Dylan in particular just now. And thank you, Keisha, for your response. Next in the room will be Clarence Frater. I understand that he's on his way from the quarantine, wearing his mask, having been vaccinated. No, teasing. So here comes his escort. His escorts. And we'll ensure that the process is much more efficient for presidential candidates to enter the room. For those of you who are just joining us, of course, you know already, it's the Jamaica Civil Service Association electoral debates. We've already heard the manifestos from the two competing first vice presidential candidates. We already heard the manifestos from the four competing presidential candidates. We are now in the debate section where each candidate will come to the lectern and receive a question from the panel of judges. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is the second of two vice presidential candidates, Clarence Frater.
Good morning again, Mr. Frater.
Pleasant morning.
All right. Question. According to the Ernst & Young report on the compensation review, it spoke about the adaptation of a single common factor-based evaluation system. State your full understanding of what this means for the public sector. That's part one. And two, if and when it is implemented, do you believe it will benefit the public sector? And what can the union do to enhance the process to ensure workers benefit adequately?
That's a long question.
You
however,
have 2.5 minutes.
All right, okay, so you're asking my understanding of what the
Single factor job evaluation system is.
Okay, so what currently exists in the public sector is several anomalies with workflow. So you have an IT specialist in one ministry, may be you have another IT specialist in another ministry, but one person is getting a particular salary, the other is getting another. What that intends to do is to make a level playing field so everybody will be on the same place. So whatever happens, as long as it's similar work for similar pay. So you don't have a disparity with somebody in a rural area getting one salary for the particular function and somebody else in Kingston getting another one. So basically, the job factor will look at the work that you do. So each desk will be quote unquote audited to see the workflow, the work that the person does. And if that work is similar to a similar position in another ministry or department, then those persons or those positions will be placed at the same level, getting the same reward. And the next part of the question was, could you repeat the next part of the question?
If and when it is implemented, do you believe it will benefit the public sector, and what can the unions do to enhance that process so that workers benefit adequately?
Okay, so it will definitely benefit the workforce because it will now put everybody on a level playing field. So there is no equity across the public sector. And that is what we strive to, that's what the compensation review set out to do. What can the union do about that? The union will be holding the Ministry of Finance and also the TIU responsible as it relates to phase 2, because phase 2 is where we want to see, that is where you're going to have permanency. And so wherever, following this audit, wherever that is where you'll be placed on a permanent basis. And so I will have to ensure that the TIU and the Ministry of Finance ensures that the process is carried out fairly and equitably. And so come this second phase, it is going to be of utmost importance for us, the JCSA, to ensure that every anomaly that currently exists is addressed under the new compensation review phase 2.
Thank you very much, Clarence and Keisha, having faced their first question from the judges. Now we invite Leo Byfield. And Leo will now face questions from Leo. Right here at the lectern, right here. Leo will now face his question from Mr. Byfield. You just need to be right here. You won't need paper, you just need to be right here. Thank you. So Leo will face his question from the judges.
Good morning, Mr. Byfield, again.
Good morning.
All right. The Ministry of Finance have made several announcements early in the compensation review that has caused some discord with unions. As the president-elect of one of the largest unions in Jamaica, why it is important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector, and also what steps will you take to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to?
First and foremost, I would have to examine the MOU. The Ministry of Finance is a part of, well, they were responsible basically to administrate the compensation review. We recognize, at least I had recognized from early, that there were certain issues that the compensation review had. In order to rectify it, I would gather a team that would look specifically as to how we can realign those issues. I mean, originally it was told that or that the consultant has said that you'll take, for instance, a IT one from the Ministry of Labor, you'll take a IT one from the Ministry of Finance, compare the task, right, and the money that they earn, and basically come up with a placement within the band. This clearly, in my view, didn't equate well, because there was no way that persons would be ending up in the same category as a watchman. And it clearly shows that we need to basically be able to reevaluate and analyze what is happening in regards to the compensation review. Could you repeat? It's a long question, that's why I wanted to have some material.
The second part of the question is, what steps will you take as president-elect to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to? Okay.
And what was the first?
As president-elect of one of the largest unions, why it is important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector?
Okay. Well, industrial harmony, it's an important thing. We can't be having, person be striking everywhere. We have a role to play as a government, the head of a government body, a government union. If persons take within themselves the right to, an industrial dispute, or to have an industrial dispute, then it doesn't spell well for the economy. Remember, we are part of a global economy, and what the signal that are said has real dire result. As a result, I would ensure by meeting with those delegates to give them some amount of confidence that we will be working in their interests. And, when you see a group of persons deciding to strike.
Time?
Pardon?
Time.
Okay.
I mean, I know I never give you
right.
tell you the amount of time you have,
right.
but we were tracking it here.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
Wrap up.
Okay.
Wrap up.
Thank you. Right. So, as a matter of fact, by having a strong relationship with your workforce, you'll be able to mediate some of those issues that might come up. As your new president, I will immediately meet with every area or every worker that I am responsible for or who are members. We would re-evaluate the compensation review, and I would arm myself with a team of economists to see how we can put a fair proposal to the government. Those members who are seriously disgruntled, I will ensure that no other benefit is lost. I believe that through a careful visionary mind that we can see and weather this storm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. That's Leo Byfield. And now we will take Onyedine Lawrence Jack. Onyedine Lawrence Jack, second of 4 presidential candidates. Each candidate is given 2.5 minutes to respond. And I know that the confidence monitor is a little difficult. I can see it because I'm tall, but then there are others who are not so vertically blessed who may have a challenge in getting line of sight. But here comes Onyedine Lawrence Jack to the lectern to receive her question from the panel of judges. You have 2.5 minutes to respond. The confidence monitor right there will tell you how much time you've got. So now it's time to receive the question.
All right, good morning again. Can I call you Mrs. Jack? Okay, all right. So the question, the Ministry of Finance has made several announcements early in the compensation review that caused discord with unions. As the president-elect of one of the largest unions in Jamaica, why is it important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector? That's the first part of the question. Second part, what steps will you take to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to?
Okay. In order to ensure that the, well, what was it? Could you repeat the first question for me?
So the first part is, the Ministry of Finance made some announcements early in the compensation review that caused some discord with unions. Okay. Now, you got the other part, yeah, the question part. As president-elect, why is it important, or president-elect of one of the largest unions, why is it important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector?
Okay. Several pronouncements were made that caused discourse. The fact that persons were lumped where increment was concerned. So I'm going to make reference to circular number 20, which referred to the implementation of the compensation review. And that circular carried several issues. We no longer had the benefit of the educational increment, along with the traveling allowance, which is a non-taxable allowance, was rolled into the salary. And it caused quite a bit of concern because it was not communicated in a way that persons would have understood what was happening. Now, in terms of what would be done, we have to ensure that we have clear and concise communication, and we have to speak with other members. So we have the Confederation of Trade Union that has other members that would also be affected by the decisions coming out of the Ministry of Finance. So it would have been important for a collaboration to take place. And that is what I would ensure, that we have enough collaboration that will ensure that everybody is aware of what is happening, what we are taking to the table, and how best we can resolve the issues. Because if we don't work together, then we'll be working in silos. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anya Dean Lawrence Jack. Next candidate is Jillian Corodas. Similarly, she will face that very same question from our panel of adjudicators. And for those of you who are just joining us, thank you so much for joining us this almost afternoon. It's 10 minutes to midday. We are in the debate section of, well, the electoral debates. And in this section, the candidates each face questions from our panel of adjudicators. If you're just joining us, let me just give you a quick catch-up, right? The candidates were all quarantined so as to prevent any kind of advantage to anyone having heard the question and response from a candidate with whom they were competing for the post. After we've gone through this round, then everyone will be privy to questions and responses at the same time. It may pose an advantage, it may not, but we are working our very best to ensure that the playing field is as level for everyone, all right? So Jillian is here, please. The lectern is yours. You will have 2.5 minutes to respond to the question. We realize that the question is long, so we will ask for the judges to just read it once, repeat it, and then your 2.5 minutes will commence once the second repeat has been done.
All right, good morning again, Jillian. So the Ministry of Finance has made several announcements early in the compensation review that has caused discord with unions. As the president-elect of one of the largest unions in Jamaica, why is it important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector? Part 1. And 2, what steps will you take to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to? I go again. The Ministry of Finance has made several announcements early in the compensation review that caused discord with unions. as the president-elect of one of the largest unions in Jamaica, why is it important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector, and what steps will you take to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to?
Thank you very much. And I'm going to say first and foremost that tripartism and protecting the tripartite relationship is very important. So as president-elect, I have to ensure that the lines of communication remain open. Yes, the government has said things that has caused disquiet amongst the members and amongst the public sector workers generally. And a lot of persons believe that it has reneged on some of its commitments that were made in writing and also those that were made verbally. And there is a question of whether or not the government has stayed true to its promises as relates to allowances, as relates to recovery and non-recovery of monies paid to public sector workers. As president-elect, I will have to ensure that each and every one of those concerns are properly ventilated in a way that the worker is satisfied. As their leader, I have given them 100% and more in terms of representation. Whatever the government has committed to must be followed through. The MOU, looking at my time, the MOU has not been shared widely. The first thing I need to do is ensure that all persons impacted or are stakeholders in this MOU are fully aware and conversant with what the MOU says. An explanation, sessions to deal with each and every item in the MOU must be held with those persons that it affects, that are impacted, and those people who are to implement. Because truth be told, a lot of the implementers themselves are confused in some of the ministries, departments, and agencies. I believe, as president-elect, it is my role to go into some of these ministries, departments, and agencies and help them even to understand what it is that they are to be doing in implementation. As I mentioned, there are blaring glitches and inconsistencies, and the government has to sit with me, representing all of you as members, and answer to me what is the reason for those anomalies, discrepancies, and for us to chart a way. It's not a single operation, you know. We have to work together, and we are going to fix it. So that, in a nutshell, is my response, sir.
Thank you, Gillian. The third of our four presidential candidates responding to questions from our panel of adjudicators. And now for our fourth of the four, Tisha Clark Griffiths. She is on her way from the quarantine, and she will do the same as the previous three presidential candidates and the two first VP candidates. Just to remind you that our panel of adjudicators, Janet Plummer, Dylan Doyle, and Ayanna Billings. Got it right, right? There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite to the lectern, Tisha Clark Griffiths. Tisha, you will have 2.5 minutes to respond to a question from our panel of adjudicators. It's a long question, so they will repeat the question. Once they've repeated it, then your 2.5 minutes will commence.
All right, good morning again, Tisha.
Morning.
Now, the question. The Ministry of Finance has made several announcements early in the compensation review that has caused discord with unions. As the president-elect of one of the largest unions in Jamaica, why is it important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector? And what steps will you take to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to? I'll go again. The Ministry of Finance has made several announcements early in the compensation review That has caused discord with unions. As the president-elect of one of the largest unions in Jamaica, why is it important to maintain and foster industrial harmony in the public sector? And what steps will you take to ensure that the current MOU is adhered to?
Thank you for your question. Maintaining industrial peace in the public sector is important not only to the government of Jamaica, but also to the workers of Jamaica. Industrial harmony fosters growth, and it also enables quality public service, and private sector thrive when there is industrial peace. The Ministry of Finance, the ILO would have instituted a tripartite model, government, workers, and unions to work together. Any one of the three that is aggrieved, there is a process to deal with that, and we do that around the table through negotiation. However, where one of the three, where there's a problem, then that is where we have consultation. What would I do? As a president, we are strategic partners, and so I would institute dialogue with the three parties in order to maintain industrial peace. Our MOU that we sign also gives us the opportunity to go around the table to discuss matters that workers are aggrieved about. Item 7 on the agenda in the MOU indicated that there is a unit in the Ministry of Finance that will be established, not a unit, but a group that will be established to treat with any issues and anomalies that members may have. And we have a signed agreement, and I will continue to advocate for the workers using that medium. And we have far advanced in putting an emergency operations center together to deal with all matters relating not only to the compensation review, but other issues that workers may have. When all parties are okay, then industrial peace will be maintained. It is important that all three, workers, union, and government, work together so that industrial peace can be maintained.
Thank you very much, Tisha.
All right, so thank you very much. Let's hear it in the room, ladies and gentlemen, for the candidates as they have responded. And now we're getting deeper into the meat of the matter, because everybody heard the first question. Everybody's responded to the first question. We're not able to hear it beforehand. They weren't really able to hear the responses. But now our judges will continue to pose questions to each of the candidates. I will ask just for one quick area of clarity. In this phase of questioning, are they required to come to the lectern, or they may remain seated and use the microphones placed there? All right, so candidates, listen up. The judges, it's really just an interaction between you and the judges. You have your pencils, you have your pens, you've got your papers, you've got your notes. Take more notes, right? And respond accordingly as the judges pitch and pose questions at you. I think we'll go in the same order, though, in terms of vice presidential candidates and then the presidential candidates. So Keisha and Clarence, you're at bat, and like I said, just ensure that you speak directly into the microphone, right? And listen for the questions, and I wish you all the best of luck. Judges, over to you.
Again. So Keisha, I'm going to start with you, okay? So the compensation review, it spoke about the market pay position. Can you tell me your understanding of this approach as it relates to the current compensation benchmark order? Would you like me to repeat? All right, no problem. So the compensation review, it spoke about the market pay position. Could you just tell me your understanding of this approach as it relates to the current compensation benchmark order?
Same 2 minutes? Answer the question? 2.5 minutes? Thanks.
It's
The market pay position, my understanding of that is that when you look at market pay, you are looking at what it is that a job is, the value of the job, and what it is paid both locally, regionally, and internationally. So currently, before the compensation review, we had a negotiation that said that public sector worker would have gotten 80% of market. And that would have bring them 20% less than what is being paid for compensation of a particular job of the similar function and responsibility. Repeat the second part of the question, please.
okay, it just states that as it relates to your understanding, as it relates to the current compensation benchmark order.
Okay. Well, however, for the current compensation benchmark, the market pay position creates inequity for some groups because some groups are not near what the value of market is, especially for the administrative position and some of the accounting positions, the AC group and the AM group. It put them at a disadvantage. What the market pay position as it relates to this compensation review also, it would have put some persons above market as it relates to what is being compensated for, which have also created an anomaly in the current pay system that is there now. For me, some issues in it need to be rectified because it's obvious that some of the negotiation and persons who were there don't understand what market pay is as it relates to some position and some groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clarence. I'm going to pose the same question to you. So the compensation review, it spoke about the market pay position. Just tell me a little bit about your understanding of this as it relates to the current compensation benchmark order.
Yes, so the Ernst & Young report would have suggested that most public sector employees are on and around 53% of market in earnings. And so the report would have benchmarked around 500 jobs. And as a result of that, that is where we have found that we are way below in the public sector, in most instances, the private sector. When you look at 53% of market, you realize that the public sector is way behind the six ball as it relates to remuneration in the public sector. Now, having identified that discrepancy, the compensation review now seeks to bring public sector workers closer to market. And in implementing the compensation review, that is why it is important to have the various next audit which will guide the process to ensure that the objective of parity and equity is maintained, and at the same time to ensure that where anomalies exist, those anomalies must be treated with to ensure that based on the Ernst & Young report, the objective of equity is maintained. I want to believe that currently there are several anomalies that pops up in this first phase, but we are aware that's a three-phase activity, and where the discrepancies fall in the first phase, those are to be corrected in the second phase, and that is where parity will be, because the first phase is really just moving persons by virtue of salaries into the new 16 band. But the second phase is where we're going to really get the crux of the matters to have the situation corrected. And so we'd have loved for us to be compensated much better. However, we have to work with what the government would have indicated and the economic condition that is prevailing, but we will have to ensure that these anomalies are corrected.
Thank you so much, Clarence. Since we started with Keisha first, I'm going to go ahead with you for the second question. So it is as follows. Could you tell me some of your intended strategies that you would impose if you would impose to assist the office in the president? Tell me some of the intended strategies you would implement, in assisting the office of the president.
Okay, so, and I'm happy for that question. As when the president is absent for whatever reason on official duty, it is the first vice president that by virtue of the Constitution that must step in to facilitate and act as president in the absence of the president. Now, the first vice president usually leads the negotiation for the organization. Now, I being one of the longest and one of the most knowledgeable officers in the JCSA in terms of my history and my participation in the negotiations over the year, I am best placed to ensure that I add value to the president in carrying out my function primarily as it relates to negotiations. And then, of course, you would realize that the Constitution speaks to the fact that it is the first vice president that must be there. So when I was at third vice president, I would not be able to do what would be required of me at first vice president. And that is why I stepped out to ensure that I'm able to effectively assist my president in carrying out the functions. One of the things that is most important is how we are able to meet and to analyze situation and to be able to articulate those positions when we meet, whether it's the Ministry of Finance, whether it's the TIU, but as the leading trade union in Jamaica with 30,000 members strong, it is important that I, as first vice president, is one, capable, knowledgeable, and is able to articulate the positions of the strategic programs of the JCSA. And not only that, the fact that as first vice president, I would have to speak to the programs, and currently you have How Sweet the Fruit. I am telling you, we are ready and able to communicate to our members through that medium. And as the first vice president, I am here to assist my president and to assist the General Officer Corps, leadership and management.
Thank you so much, Clarence. So Keisha, the same question is yours. Tell me your intended strategies that you will implement in assisting the office of the president.
Thank you. One of my intended strategy is to lessen the workload of the president and ensure that unity and collaboration always take place. Because teamwork let the dream work. I would use my knowledge, however, of the labor movements to do research and examine some of the policies that are in contravention with the government policies. And that would lessen the president's position to do that research. And I will also use my knowledge to assist with the grievance and industrial relations matter, because remember, we are a union, and one of our main focus also is grievance and industrial relations matters. And we must always keep in mind that in employment, we employ a holistic human being. We don't employ robots. So our members need us to have a clear understanding. So we have to be on the ground. I would also be one of those persons. Excellent customer service skill. I will use that to communicate with some of the members, open the line of communications, especially the reps. I will give my support to the rep. The president don't have time to do that sometimes. So I will use my knowledge and my skills in communication and customer service to assist the representatives in the different ministries, agencies, and departments to strengthen those persons and lessen the workload of the president-elect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keisha. We'll now move on to the presidential questions. So Leo, we'll definitely start with you. As the upcoming president-elect, tell us your understanding of the compensation review thus far, and how do you plan on monitoring the second phase of the compensation review? So the question is quite big, so I'll read it once and then repeat again. The second part is as follows. The compensation review has been implemented. State the contribution of the union has made in ensuring that the public sector workers' rights are being protected. So I'll go again. As the upcoming president-elect, kindly state your understanding of the compensation review thus far, and how do you plan on monitoring the second phase of the compensation review? So now it has been implemented. State the contribution the union has made in ensuring that the public sector workers are being protected. Too fast? All right, let me give you the first part. As the upcoming president-elect, kindly state your understanding of the compensation review thus far. And how do you plan on monitoring the second phase of the compensation review? Ready for the second part? All right. The compensation review has been implemented. State the contribution the union has made in ensuring that the public sector workers' rights are being protected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brothers and sisters, as I seek to get your support, let me try to attempt to answer these two questions. My understanding of the compensation review was to basically realign workers within government to basically be equal in money they would attain. Therefore, a person who is an accountant one in the Ministry of Finance should be getting the same amount of money as an accountant one in the Ministry of Labor. However, there were certain issues with the compensation review, and I was happy to point them out as early as last year. For me, I think the issues were too large to ignore, and I know that going forward we would need to have some work be done. In regards to the second phase, this is where the issues should be resolved, and I guess it's an attempt to right the wrongs that the compensation had in phase one. So the second phase is basically to realign properly phase one. But before we had reached there, I believe that a comprehensive analysis should have been done. I made the reference as early as last year, and I think, and that was while Ernest & Young was a consultant. So these problems should have been addressed. In regards to the rights of ensuring the rights of the worker, I am aware that the president had kept some meeting to resolve certain issues. I recall meetings being held with the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance in terms of, looking on the issues that they had. I believe that it is only fair to ensure that everybody benefits properly under this review. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo. So we'll now move on to Ms. Onidine Lawrence Jack. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I do apologize if I butchered the name. So it's the same questions. As an upcoming president-elect, state your understanding of the compensation review. 1. 2, how do you plan on monitoring the second phase of the compensation review? And lastly, state the contribution the union has made in ensuring that the public sector workers' rights are being protected.
Okay. My understanding of the compensation review is that it was done to provide for standardization, ensure that we have a system by which it is clear what is happening, and it is simple. So you have a limit, you had a lot of scales. I don't remember the number of scales. I think it was probably over 300 scales, but you have a lot of salary scales, and the effort of the government was really to reduce the number of salary scales that were being used. So it was for a simpler method. And for transparency, you know exactly what it is that you are getting, and fairness in terms of every job that is everyone that is performing the same job would be entitled to the same pay. So it's for fairness also. In terms of how I plan on monitoring the second phase, which has to do with the job evaluations, we'd have to ensure that we work with the HR department to make sure that what is being done actually works out for the standardization, which is what is being professed. So we'd have to sit with them, make sure that the measurements are correct, look at the tool that is being used, and ensure that there is constant dialogue. We have to be interactive, and we have to keep the dialogue to ensure that we know what is happening. But more importantly, we must sit with them and go through the process and have an open channel so they know that if it is that they have any issues, they can come to their union, and their union will stand ready to go through and protect them, because we are here to advocate for them. And as such, we are going to make sure that what is being put forward is beneficial. In terms of the contribution of the union made sure, in terms of the benefits, that at least, because I think it's the first time that we're actually bargaining for an increase on net pay, which is very beneficial in the sense that there is no way that you cannot benefit if it is that you have at least a 20% that you must benefit by on your net pay. And that contribution was well done. The union did well on that. And the union continue to advocate and to be at the table to make sure that okay.
Do apologize, time. All right, we'll move on to Ms. Gillian. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Just one note, each candidate, the confidence monitor is right here. Please, you have 2.5 minutes. If you can't see it, if you're unable to see it, just indicate, I'll make the adjustment. But you've got 2.5 minutes to respond, all right?
We can't see it, guys, it's turned to you.
Okay, right. So I'll have to just indicate to you that the time has elapsed, and you just wrap up as quickly as you can, all right? Thank you.
Give them a 15-second.
Okay, we'll move on to Ms. Gillian, the lady in red. So as the upcoming president-elect, kindly state your understanding of the compensation review. How do you plan on monitoring the second phase of the compensation review? So it has been implemented. State the contribution the union has made in ensuring that public sector workers' rights are being protected. Would you like me to go again? It's okay? All right.
Time is not running. The monitor time has started. Okay, thank you. In respect of the understanding of the compensation review, the compensation review really aims at determining the weight and the value of each job in the public service. And that is across the ministries and also as it relates to the departments and agencies. The compensation review is to establish parity after it has determined the weight and value of each job, and thereafter to establish where each job fits into an overall compensation scheme. So a compensation scheme has to be established that is commensurate with the weight and value of the jobs in that area. Additionally, the compensation review is to look at, examine what happens locally in relation to similar jobs and also regionally and internationally and establish that parity. Now, as it relates to monitoring of phase 2, it is my opinion that phase 1 has missed some of those targets. So the first thing we need to do is to look at what it is that has caused the disquiet. What are the areas that we need to review and fix? Because you can't move on unless you fix what needs to be fixed. And frankly, I believe that we have put the cart before the horse, where there are some organizations and ministries, departments, agencies collectively that required a restructuring before we could have tried to place them on the new scale. And there should have been an interim arrangement to do that. However, we have passed that stage, so what we need to do is ensure that we get into those departments quickly to do a review, accurately place them on the scale where they should be, and then we move forward. What has been the contribution of the union? I think the contribution of the union is that they have kept the open lines of communication, ICT, etc., open.
Thank you. Just on the ball. We will go on to Ms. Tisha Clark Griffiths. So the same question is posed to you. So as the upcoming president-elect, kindly state your understanding of the compensation review. And how do you plan on monitoring the second phase of the compensation review? Thirdly, state the contribution the union has made in ensuring that the public sector workers' rights are being protected.
Thank you for your question, Honorable Judge. The understanding the compensation review. The aim of the compensation review was to correct the anomaly, the inequity in the public sector. There were 365 salary scale, 185 allowances, and there was inequity in pay. So the aim of the compensation review is to correct that, where we should have equal pay for equal work of equal value. Any system that is going to be compressing 325 salary scales and 185 allowances into a 16-band structure comes with issues and problems and anomalies. This is the effect of any change in such a complex system where 110,000 public servants are impacted. And therefore, the contribution that the union have done is to ensure that we continue the dialogue with the government of Jamaica and our partner trade union, other trade union movement collaboratively. The JCSA would have ensured that in order to protect the workers, we inject ourselves into the second phase to ensure that the jobs and the anomalies are corrected. What will I do as president? Convention C100 is the Equal Remuneration Convention, which is ratified by the government of Jamaica. If it is that after phase 2 or during phase 2, the government of Jamaica breach the convention for equal remuneration of equal pay for equal pay for equal job of equal value, then the union have a recourse to treat with it, and we will do what we have to do to take it to the
time. Thank you so much, Tisha. We'll now move on to our third question, and this time we're going to be starting with you.
So starting with you, Tisha, and this is a three-part question. I'm going to read it all at once, and then I'm going to restate it, just the important parts. So the question is, do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Give your thoughts or views on the matter regarding contract workers' position in the current compensation review, and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. That's effectively one part. And then the other part is, how do you intend on using your office to ensure that contract work is phased out? And lastly, what has the union contributed so far on this issue? So I'm going to say that again, right? Do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? So give your thoughts and views on it, on that matter. State in your position in the current compensation review and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. The next part is, how do you intend on using your office to ensure contract work is phased out? And what has the union contributed so far on this issue?
All right. Thank you for that question. Do I believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Yes. I do believe so, because I think contract work is a discrimination to the workers. And every forum that we get, we have advocated that discrimination is wrong and that there should be equal work of equal pay for equal value, regardless of whether you're on contract or not. How do I intend to use Office of President to address it? We have already far advanced in the process. As a matter of fact, our office, meaning the JCSA, would have contributed to the now policy that is being developed to eliminate contract employment. As a matter of fact, we were recognized in an article, I think dated September 2009, September 9, 2022, where our office would have indicated that we are treating with contract workers in the way it is in the compensation review is discriminatory. And therefore, what we will do is to continue to lobby for the government to provide positions, to create positions in the new compensation structure to facilitate contract workers. For many years, contract workers would have suffered discrimination. Some would have not benefited. Some would have suffered as a result of being on contract and not able to acquire a pension. And so the elimination of contract employment is critical to ensure that there's equity across government for every single worker. It is an important part of the discussion, and we already have contributed to the conversations. The dialogue is continuing. As I said, the strategy that is being used is a tripartite arrangement workers, government, and trade union movement. And it's not just unique to the Jamaica Civil Service Association. Contract work is, even contract work, some form of contract is important, but the way in which contract work is used in the government service discriminates against contract workers. And therefore, my office will continue to lobby to ensure that we eliminate the worst forms of contract employment in keeping with the decent work agenda, which is clearly articulated by the ILO.
Thank you for that, Ms. Clark Griffiths. And I'm going to pose the same question to Ms. Jack. Right, because of how the questions were asked at the beginning, we want to ensure that persons have a fair enough opportunity to respond based on what the others have said. All right, so it's going to be the same question. I'm going to repeat. Do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Give your thoughts or views on the matter regarding contract workers' position in the current compensation review, and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. How do you intend on using your office to ensure contract work is phased out, and what has the union contributed so far on this issue? I'm repeating one more time. Do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Give your thoughts or views on the matter regarding contract workers' position in the current compensation review, and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. How do you intend on using your office to ensure contract work is phased out, and what has the union contributed so far on this issue? Over to you.
Yes, I believe that contract work is a disservice. Contract work is used to deprive workers of benefits such as pension contribution. It is also used as a tool to keep persons in line. So you'll hear, if you don't do X or if you don't do Y, we are not renewing your contract. So it is basically waved over a person's head. And there is also difficulty accessing financial benefits due to unsure tenure. So if you go to the bank, there's likeliness that you will have difficulty getting a loan because you are not on the permanent establishment. In terms of current review, this was the negative effect of contract work was seen in this current review as persons who were not against an established post were not given any benefit out of the compensation review. They are to remain until their contract expires. So they are now getting a much lower salary than, more than likely, than persons who maybe would have signed on the contract a day after the compensation. Now, in terms of what has been contributed by the union has written and has made several representations as it relates to contract work to say that it is precarious work and that it is a disservice to the members and to the public at large. And the union continues to lobby for the government to do away with contract work so that we can have tenure of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jack. And this same question goes to Leo. All right, Mr. Byfield. It's the same question. You want to go last? All right. So please listen carefully. It's a question that all the others got. Do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Give your thoughts or views on the matter regarding contract workers' position in the current compensation review and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. How do you intend on using your office to ensure contract work is phased out, and what has the union contributed so far on this issue? I'm going to repeat. How do you believe that contract work, or do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Give your thoughts or views on the matter regarding contract workers' position in the current compensation review and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. How do you intend on using your office to ensure contract work is phased out, and what has the union contributed so far on this issue? Over to you, Mr. Byfield.
Thank you for having me. I do believe that contract work is a disservice. I remember my earlier years as a delegate. I was steadfast in pointing out the fact that, we had workers working 5 to 10 years on contract. This should not have been, and as a result, I really did some work in regards to highlighting the issue of contract work. In regards to the compensation review, I am aware that the contract worker, many of them did not get any increment or any money as a result of work done because they were told they were not permanently employed. This might, seem unfair because if you are doing the same work as your counterpart and he, for some reason is permanent, you wouldn't have seen any money. And that is something that I think, should have been addressed. They got the real bad end of the stick. In regards to how I would phase out, I think the contract work should be phased out. And when I say phased out, you should not have a situation that a contracted worker is working in a particular position for 15, 20 years. It obviously means that position is important to the organization, and this should be considered. We have to find a way in regards to policy or any such thing to have those workers be permanently employed. We want a stable environment for workers. As I said in my presentation, that the contract worker should get the same benefit as those of the permanent worker having spent some time with that organization. Let me quickly say for the last question, and I'm passionate about this. And I don't know if my colleagues had remember, when I spoke about the contract workers, in I think the MOU 2 or 3, it was signed off that no contracted worker having spent 10 years or more should go on retirement without getting that benefit of being permanently employed. So that is what I had initiated with my time. Thank you.
Mr. Byfield. And the same question goes now to Ms. Carrados. But no, I think for the benefit of us all, let's just repeat the question. Maybe I do not have to say it many times. All right. So the questions are, do you believe that contract work is a disservice to the public sector? Give your thoughts or views on the matter regarding contract workers' position in the current compensation review and state how you intend on monitoring the issues. How do you intend on using your office to ensure contract work is phased out, and what has the union contributed so far on this issue? Good?
Okay, thank you very much. The use of and abuse of fixed-term contracts has become one of those very topical issues. And I believe that while some level of contract work, fixed-term contract is necessary, the abuse of it is what is causing the problem. In relation to the abuse of it, the Labor Relations Code refers to the security of workers as one of the good and decent work principles, and also it refers to precarious work. And therefore, the abuse of contracts, fixed-term contracts, is seen as providing workers with a challenge in relation to the security of tenure. And one of my, I call them colleagues, not opponents, has mentioned that persons are very jittery when it comes to the end of their contract, whether or not they are performing well. This is held over their head as a big stick, that when your contract comes to an end, you will not get another contract renewal. Now, it is a disservice to do that to any worker. It is a breach of their rights, and as Justice Sykes said, one's job is akin to property. It is not something that can just be dispensed with. And in the public service, we need to remember that and treat workers accordingly. I don't know. It wasn't started. Okay, I still have a minute. Good. Thank you very much, Judge. Now, the monitoring has to happen from that tripartite conversation from all stakeholders, the government, the employer, meaning the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and the trade union, sitting down and working through what has happened, what needs to happen. And you have to do it in a very surgical way. You have to spear fish, not net fish. You have to look at where is this happening, why is it happening, what are some of those jobs that are mission critical, and immediately look at new structures to support those functions. I do know that everyone wants to have their job regularized. It will not be done all at once. You can't promise that which you can deliver, but eventually everybody will be touched. Now, it has to be phased out eventually. And in relation to the contribution of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, I believe having brought it up and stuck to it in the MOU and sat at the table as the JCTU is a big contribution.
Thank you so much for your responses and to all of the participants. Those are the questions that we have for the respective offices. And are we going to have allow them to do the rebuttal from the thing now? Yeah. All right. Yes.
You need a couple of minutes to think about what you want to rebut, or we can just move straight into it. Couple of minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes to gather your thoughts. And
so we will allow. Thank you again, judges. Thank you, candidates, for your responses. Thank you, the viewers, for taking note. I hope that you're still alert at your desks or wherever you are at the moment, watching and participating online. I understand that we're taking comments, right? People are commenting. So, yes, sir. All right, no problem. So again, we've heard from all 6 candidates, 2 vice presidential candidates, and 4 presidential candidates. We're now going to enter a phase of rebuttals. And in this section, we are giving the candidates just about 2 minutes now to gather their thoughts. Hopefully they would have been making clear notes on the presentations made by their competing colleagues and are ready to raise questions. So what we will do is we will take the vice presidential candidates first. We've got Keisha, we've got Clarence. If they're at the appropriate time, once there are any things that you wish to have your competing candidate respond to, or if there's something that's a matter of fact that you can rebut or lead us to a source of information, please feel free to do so. If you're doing any fact checking, please indicate, or any other contribution based on the presentation that you would have heard or that you have heard from our candidates already. We are expecting that when we commence this section, all candidates will be in place, because we have about a minute before we take those questions. Again, thank you for those of you who are just joining us. It is, as you will already know, the Jamaica Civil Service Association annual electoral debates. Two candidates for first vice president. They are Keisha Clark and Clarence James. Pardon me, look how much change. Sell Keisha gone to Mr. Clark. Keisha James and Clarence Freighter. We heard their manifestos, and we also heard them responding to questions from our panel of adjudicators. From the four presidential candidates, Leo Byfield, Onyedine Lawrence Jack, Julian Corodas, and Tisha Clark Griffiths. So now I think we have just about elapsed those 2 minutes, and it is time to receive those rebuttals. Judges, are you ready to?
Okay, so for the rebuttals, since there are two candidates for the first VP, what we'll do is we'll start as we've been doing with the first VP persons for rebuttals. So we'll allow each person to give a rebuttal statement of sorts, and the other party now will get an opportunity to respond to that rebuttal statement.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Okay. And then
for the presidential, I'll let my colleague explain that. That's a little bit more nuanced.
Good afternoon again, everyone. So to create some type of structure, since we have 4 candidates, what we're going to do, we're going to split the order. So we're going to have Mr. Leo Byfield and Onyedine Lawrence. So you are going to rebut each other. And then the next set would be Julian Corodas and Tisha. You two are going to rebut each other based on the order that we're given. So that way we have a structure that is easy to follow than one person saying something and then we have 3 other persons not knowing which one is going to respond to what. And that way we can also minimize the time it will take.
All right, thank you very much for that. So the VP candidates will rebut each other. They have 2.5 minutes, yes, to make their statements and to respond. And for the presidential candidates, it's Leo and Onyedine who will rebut and respond to each other, and Tisha and Jillian who will rebut and respond to each other. Okay, are we clear? And just also, judges, just to be clear, when Keisha opens with her rebuttal statement, Clarence will respond, but he may have something to rebut from her presentation as well. Are we? So so that's perfectly fine. It's really a conversation between the two, but an orderly conversation, ladies and gentlemen, straight across the board. All right, are we clear? Is there any further clarity needed from the candidates before we move into this phase? Open your mic, please.
My colleague, Keisha, would have made a statement.
You're right.
She have 2.5 minutes to make that statement.
Yes, up to 2.5 minutes.
So, in the rebuttal.
Yes, in your response, you mean?
In the response.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have 2.5 minutes because isn't the case where in my rebuttal I should also have my 2.5 minutes to rebut my original rebuttal? I just want to be clear. Okay.
So yes, essentially.
I just wanted to be clear. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. All right. So yes, Leo. Open your mic, please. You didn't want to open your mic? No, we need to hear. There are no secrets here. Yeah.
Suppose you don't want to rebut. Can you just take questions?
You can opt out of making a rebuttal statement, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there's nothing that you have identified that you want to rebut, then that's totally up to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right? But I understand that the judges also, you have some other questions that you may want to raise. Sure. Okay. All right, so then, Keisha, are you ready? All right, open your microphone.
Thank you. During his presentation, Brother Frater mentioned that Jamaica Civil Service Association will fix the negotiation and representation of the Department of Correctional Officer. It's an underlying agreement that we don't do union raiding. And each body have a representation body, which is the Federation for the Correctional Services. What he needed to say is that the Jamaica Civil Service Association will seek to partner with the Federation to provide proper representation for the correctional officers in certain fields that they're doing. My opponents boast that he sits on the negotiation team. My question is, if your job was that effective, why are there so much anomalies? You are boasting about playing an integral role in the negotiation, and you are aware of what is happening with the contract employment. Why weren't they not protected? I agree that leadership matters, but what kind of leadership? JCSA first vice president needs to listen to the members and seek to lobby on their behalf, give advice, and handle grievances and industrial relations matters. I have continued to do representation for correctional officers, members of TAJ, health sector, court services, JCAA. However, I have not initiated or tried to raid any union. What I have done is done through collaboration, communication, and partnership. We need to, as members, look at what we are doing, how we are doing it, and where we are doing it. It's not just saying something, it's about doing it, because at the end of the day, we have to have respect for other unions and our members alike. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Keisha. And now, Clarence, you have your time to respond.
Okay, thank you so much. It's kind of unfortunate that my worthy opponent misunderstands what we speak of when we say we want to have representation. She speaks about union raiding. It's not a matter of union raiding. The JCSA has the largest membership in the Department of Cooperative and the Correctional Services. So this is not a matter of raiding. What we are saying is that under the compensation review, it can't be that the JCSA has the largest membership in the DCS, and we are being told that we are not recognized to sit and discuss the compensation review. We're not raiding. To be further, we have written to the unions to indicate that we want to join them in having the discourse. And so raiding does not apply at all. And I might have to just provide some guidance as to what raiding really means, but I don't have the time to do that. Notwithstanding, I just want to say we have the largest number. We have nothing to raid. As it relates to the second point, where my opponents speak to the many anomalies, this compensation review is a government policy change. It's not something that was negotiated with the unions. The government is changing how it remunerates its employees. Now, understand that in any new policy shift like this, there will be anomalies. What is important is how we treat those anomalies. And what we are doing and continue to do is to engage the TIU through Ministry of Finance. Where there are discrepancies, we ensure that we are able to now treat with those. We are now putting in place a team to gather all the anomalies and send them off to TIU and ensure that we stick to those to ensure that they are corrected. Now, having answered your questions, my opponent, I too will want to pose my rebuttal. So, my opponent, you spoke about your work as an employee, a temporary employee in the JCSA Secretariat as an industrial relations officer. But what you did not do was to, in a matter of fact, what you spoke about was your job. You're expected to do those, or else you would have been asked to go back to where you're coming from. What you did not speak about was your work as a departmental representative who sat on the General Council. But I understand that because you did not demonstrate good leadership qualities. You did not demonstrate good leadership qualities at that higher level, which is a prerequisite to being a vice president. For the many years, my opponent, you sat on General Council, you did not see good leadership qualities. We did not see good leadership qualities, and therefore, for all those years, you was never elected to serve on the executive committee, despite your many attempts to do so. You never chaired a committee. How then can you seriously consider yourself as first vice president with all the responsibilities that this office carries? As a General Council member, it is expected that you make yourself available to discuss concerns of the general membership, especially those members of your specific department. Now, the JCSA General Council has a WhatsApp group, one of the many unofficial medium used to discuss JCSA matters. Now tell me, on each occasion that you had a disagreement, you take away yourself from the group. You need to tell the members why you're not currently a member or sitting in the WhatsApp group. Now tell me, you spoke about specific departments, but is it that you spoke about those specific departments because those are members who are having challenges occasioned by the compensation review? Don't you consider this to be self-serving? Do you have the members' interests at heart? Now, finally, for the many years that you're on General Council, please tell the membership what solution that you have recommended to the leadership.
Time.
Going forward.
No, hold on. It's not about time. Mr. Freito, I want you to understand something. In a rebuttal, it's about the issues that have been raised.
And that's why
No. I have to tell you, there are some jobs that were thrown in there that were different from the issues that were raised in the manifesto presentation and in terms of the debates, in terms of the questions. All right? And that is not a part of the process.
Okay. So basically, what I want to ask my colleagues is to indicate to...
Your time would have been up.
Right. So now, Keisha, you have 2.5 minutes to respond to his rebuttal statement.
Right. And Keisha, you don't respond to any of the issues that were raised that would consider to be jobs that are not issues raised. No, I have to give that clarification because that is what the debate is about. It's about the issues raised in terms of the office that are being pursued.
Right.
Okay?
And just generally, again, your rebuttals, I'm kind of reiterating a little here, your rebuttal statements are all about what you presented in your manifesto and in your responses to the questions from the panel of adjudicators. Absolutely nothing else. Understood? Go ahead, Keisha, you may open your mic. Your 2 minutes and 30 seconds begins now.
Thank you. I maybe left out some of my achievement during my presentation of my manifesto. I am sorry about that, but I was also a candidate for the presidential award. I was also on the executive for 2 years, and that would have been in line with the constitution of the JCSA for me to be fit to run for an office for the vice president. For me, as I said in my presentation, we must listen, hear, and have integrity and respect for all. For me, as I said, service over slander. What and why I'm here to present and represent the persons, because we hear the cry, we see the anomalies. Some of us sit here are a victim of that anomalies. Yes, we have a group. I communicate a lot because I've always in contact with the offices. My issue, though, is that while we are representing persons, and I will reiterate that we must communicate clearly and concisely, that there's no mistake or misinterpretation of such communication. And I am looking at, while we are there in the negotiation and we are boasting that the agreement is this and agreement is that, my view is that I stand up for persons with problems in contract, because currently a lot of the workers coming in the health service have open employment after 2 years. And that was a representation that I do because I have to keep going at it, because some of the persons were at a disadvantage at the end of the contract period. And as my colleague would say over here, contract has been used as a big stick. And if we are saying in our presentation that we know about it, we understand it, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now on to our presidential candidates. As we had indicated, we will have rebuttals between Leo and Onyedine, then Jillian and Tisha. Again, please remember, your rebuttal statement is to stick strictly to matters raised in the manifesto presentation, or, well, and or, right? Matters or points you wish to rebut while the candidates were responding to the questions from the judges. All right? Time on the clock. 2.5 minutes. Onyedine, your 2.5 minutes begins now.
My brother, you mentioned in your presentation that you would ensure that people are prioritized as it relates to the issuing of tuition fees. Could you kindly explain for me how you are going to accomplish that?
Okay, there were two mentioning of tuition fees. One speaking about depending on where you are placed in band 1 to 3, that you will be entitled some amount of increased benefit, and also the increase in the Jamaica Civil Service grant. I would analyze the money being available, and that see as best as possible how we can double that. If it means that we engage the government to get some more assistance, we will have to do that. The reason why I spoke about this category of workers, I believe that once a person has the ability to increase their education attainment, that we should do our very best to facilitate this. And I see any attempt of a person, and especially a civil service member, that the government should try also to increase their ability to enter a university. As such, I will engage with the government to revisit the policy having to do with tuition funding. Thank you.
Brother, the word ensure would mean that you can And I don't see how you can, because you are basically saying that you're going to lobby. So if it is that you're going to ask and make representation, then you definitely cannot ensure, because the answer can be no. Where will the funds come from?
Let me say, sister, that you have to start positively. And if you take a negative approach, then more likely you will not attain anything. I say I can because I believe I can. And with negotiation, I believe it's possible. If the government is serious about increasing the ability for persons to engage in higher education, it should be a matter, an easy fix for those persons to be considered. And yes, I would be lobbying, and yes, I'll put 150% in making this commitment true. Remember, we have the largest amount of workers within our union.
My brother, we don't have unlimited funds, and you don't know the number of persons who would be trying to access that benefit. So to say that the government would, if they are serious, is not a fair statement to the government, because there is a public purse and it does have a bottom.
Fair enough, but my point still stands. We, as union seeking persons, seeking to be the head of our association, we have to be creative. And let's remember, the government sponsors billions to these universities. I don't see where it will be so much that it cannot be considered. We have to have the will firstly. And my sister, let me say, I hope I would get your support in when I become president to have this be a reality. Thank you.
Brother, whoever becomes president will have my support. I believe in teamwork. So yes, if you become president, you will have my support. But let us not confuse creativity with imagination, because I don't know how creativity would fit in there.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As entertaining as it was for you to have gone tit for tat, you both deviated from what we wanted you to do. But again, I think our viewers, the voters, have benefited from that particular exchange. Now, Gillian and Tisha, for your rebuttal and response, it will follow the same pattern as Keisha and Clarence, right? You have a rebuttal statement, you have 2.5 minutes to make it. Then the person responding will have a total of 5 minutes, 2.5 dedicated to responding to the original rebuttal statement, and another 2.5 to make your own rebuttal statement, right? The next person will then have only 2.5 minutes to make that response. All right? Great. The order?
Gillian versus Tisha, so Gillian would
Gillian
start.
first. All right?
Gillian.
So put 2.5 minutes on the clock. Gillian?
Started running already.
Yeah, man, no worries. We can reset it. It's fine.
Now you come.
So 2.5 minutes on the clock. Great. Gillian, your 2.5 minutes begins now.
Okay, so Sister Tisha, you mentioned that you have been a part of the compensation review team. The question is, how successful do you think the exercise has been? On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how would you rate it, and what are the weaknesses? The second question is, you mentioned the JCSA returning to its glory days. You have spent 5 years as first vice president with an increased budget from dues of these members. What has constrained you in moving the JCSA back to its glory days and to surpass those glory days.
All right, and that's the sum total of your rebuttal statements. Okay, great. All right, Tisha, you have 5 minutes to respond in total, and also to include in that 5 minutes your rebuttal statement.
How successful do we think the compensation review is? Any system that you are going to change to reduce 325 to 180 salary scales to 16 band, there are going to be challenges. What we have done successfully is communicate to our members, and we have improved communication significantly. We have established a communications unit. When the Ministry of Finance sends out circular, one member said the Ministry of Finance send out a circular, the JCSA send out 1,000. We have done so successfully. Going into departments, having regular meetings, communicating with our members what those challenges are. And we were given the mandate by the members to vote to accept what we signed for. Now, are there problems? Yes. Anything that we are going to any change in compensation, we will have challenges. Are there problems? Of course there are problems. Have we addressed some? Yes, we have. But it is one unit, and we have worked closely with TIU to address those issues. I indicated that I am going to bring back the park to its glory days. 5 years at the helm as first vice president. 5 years ago when you came here, we did not have an upgraded auditorium. We do have that. 5 years ago, we were not playing sports competition. Today we have 22 teams that participated in sports competition on this very ground that we are on. We have been doing, we didn't have a gym and wellness center 5 years ago as part of our strategic plan. Yes, when you left this organization, we were surviving. Now we are thriving based on our strategic plan. You have not contributed as former second vice president to this organization over the past 5 years in your capacity.
Please remember what rebuttals are.
So, what I'm saying is that 5 years ago, having assumed the responsibility as first vice president, the strategic plan would have indicated our short, medium, and long term. We have accomplished bringing back the park to its glory days through the redevelopment of the Justice Era Park project. We have several more to complete, and we are intended to complete it. Madam Gillian would have mentioned that based on her interaction with members, not one person received. Everybody that she spoke to was affected by the compensation. The union would have safeguarded our members with the clause in the MOU that states that no one should be disenfranchised. Therefore, the clause that says the minimum benefit of 20% increase in net pay was to secure, was to ensure that no member would be worse off and no member would be disenfranchised. However, having identified that there are still issues, we are prepared to deal with them in the second phase of the compensation review. The issue of industrial relations, Mrs. Corodas would have indicated that she developed the concept for the PCIR. What I've done in my 5 years is to contribute to the development of our departmental reps. Currently, we have completed 50 persons have been trained and 25 are currently in training, improving the development training needs for our industrial relations reps and practitioners. We have added value to the membership, and we continue to do so. The plans that we have is to expand those and to use the team efforts to ensure that members benefit from the plans and programs and initiatives. It's not a Tisha initiative alone. It is a team led by the President, Vice Presidents, and Honorary Treasurer, along with General Counsel and the Executive.
Time.
That's what we will do.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Tisha. Now, Gillian, you've got 2.5 minutes to respond. Put that on the clock, please. 2.5 minutes. Don't start it yet. Hold on. We need to synchronize. 2.5 minutes. Are we there yet? No, not quite. Still waiting for 2.5 minutes. Hopefully we don't have to wait 2.5 minutes. And for those of you who are watching online, you're probably wondering why not just start. We know what 2.5 minutes is. We just want to ensure that the candidates can see the confidence monitor, which displays the time. All right, it's there now. So let's go back 2.5 minutes. Gillian, you can begin now.
Thank you very much, moderator. I have not heard a question posed to me, and I will therefore just respond to what has been said. I recognize that Mrs. Clark Griffiths has been in a reactive mode rather than a proactive mode, looking back at the past rather than taking us in a structured way towards the future. As we speak about the increases in dues, there are many promises that were made. I would have thought that as the first vice president, in support of the outgoing president, Mr. O'Neill Grant, she would have alluded first and foremost to this beautiful facility as one of the gains of the administration. The fact that she doesn't recognize it gives me the concern that she has not been a part of it, and therefore she's not suitable to be a president of this association. Now, as we look at some of the areas that she mentioned about training and where she's taking training. All of those things are about plans. A plan has absolutely no use to a member who is not able to ascertain how is this going to impact me, in what timeline, and to measure whether or not the result and outcomes have been achieved. I am strongly for results and outcomes, not about dreams and visions and aspirations only, but we have to have deliverables, and that is what impacts the life of a worker and their families. When we talk about the Jamaica Civil Service Association as an august body, a noble organization, we are the guardians. I would have left this organization and made a solid impact at a national level. And I know that any worker, any member of this association that has contacted me as a person who is not an officer has received a satisfactory response and a way forward in their training and development and in their growth as a member. Now, I agree that this association needs to return and surpass its glory days, and I'm back.
Thank you very much. Just in time from Gillian there. So we thank all the candidates for their rebuttals, their responses, and that has brought us to the end of all the presentations from all the candidates. We heard their manifestos first, then they responded to questions from the panel of adjudicators, then they had the opportunity to make rebuttal statements and respond to those rebuttal statements. And that, ladies and gentlemen, has brought us to the end of the presentations from all the candidates. A round of applause for all six. We will allow our judges. I am going to take a little liberty with the program that I've got here, because we should get the judges' review and their feedback and comments and so on, but it seems to have been, it was going to be split. So we'll take a 12-minute break. Oh, lunch. So a full lunch break. can we have a working lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, because it is now 21 minutes after 1, and I know that judges are going to eat. We will have someone feed them while they speak. But we'll make it a working lunch, and we will resume in 15 minutes with a response from our judges. It may take us a Jamaican 15, but I'm hoping to make it really see that it is an international standard 15 minutes, right? But we understand that the judges have a lot to review. There is quite a bit of paperwork in front of them. Copious notes have been taken, and there is a lot to consider. Do remember that your elections are when again? May 11 and 26. So today's debate is really not about a winner coming forward, even though we'll get a response from the judges. It's not about a winner, but for you to select the candidate that you think is your choice. All right? So then, 15 minutes, and we'll be back to hear from our judges and close out by 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
I am feeling very Olympic today. How about you?
I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark this life, in this life, oh sweet life, coming in from the cold. We're coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in, woo, coming in from the cold. It's life, it's life, it's life, it's life, it's life, it's life, it's coming in from the cold. We're coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in from the cold. It's you, I'm talking. Well, yes, you, still upon you, I'm talking to now. Girl, why do you look so sad and forsaken? Don't you know when one door is closed, many more is open. Well, would you let the system get on top of your head again? No, that no. You let the system make you kill your brother, man. No, dread, no. Well, you make the system get on top of your head again. No. Well, the biggest thing you ever did you see was I once a baby in this life, in this oh sweet life. Coming in from the cold. Coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in. Whoa, yeah. Coming in from the cold. We're coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in. Yeah. Coming in from the cold. Coming in, coming in, coming in, coming in. You're too rude. Hey, oh, what a rat race. Oh, what a rat race. Oh, what a rat race. This is the rat race. Rat race. Rat race. A summer love son, a summer boss son, a summer jack city. Oh, what a rat race. Yeah. Rat race. A summer gorgon, a summer hooligan, a summer guinea gaga. In this year rat race. Yeah. Rat Generation singing songs of joy on this lovely day. Oh yeah.
Saturday night, I was feeling tipsy and the mood was right. Sight a little daughter and I step in the corner, 'cause I feel like dancing all night. But I said, cool down the pace for me, little woman. You're dubbing it too fast for me. Cool down the pace for me, little woman. That's not how it should be. I told her to try. I don't know why. No use trying 'cause she can't until she do it how she wants. So I said, cool down the pace for me, little woman. You're rocking it too fast for me. Cool down the pace for me, little woman. That's not how it should be. You're rocking too fast for me. Said she would try.
The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. That one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. That one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. That one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. That one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. That one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park, 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members, take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members, take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members, take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members, take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre-sold, 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members, take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini march. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500 pre pre-sold 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500, pre-sold 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the Captain Colin Hines at the controls. Sold by Touch of Blue Sound. Tickets 500, pre-sold 1,000 at the gate. The one ya are gone mad. You can't afford to miss this. The Jamaica Civil Service Association presents its Farmers Market and Birthday Bash Saturday, May 6th at Jasper Park 31 Malines Road from 6 a.m. to 12 midday. Come and get all your fresh meat and produce at a reduced cost. Members take your items to benefit from our 15% discount at our mini mart. Bring out the kids to be a part of the fun and excitement. There will be a bounce about and a merry-go-round for them to enjoy. Then come and vibe with us at 6 p.m. to 12 midnight at our live concert featuring Lali and the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your... Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience. I know that we said 15 minutes, but due to some hiccups on our side, we had to extend that time significantly. This, however, is your 3-minute warning. So at 7 minutes past 2, we will resume, all right? So wherever you are, then you know that you can just get back to your device, get back to your seat, but at 7 minutes past 2, we will be prepared to take the response from our judges. Thank you.
You think you are cool to deny me for simplicity. Yes, you are gone for so long with your love for vanity now. Yes, you have got the wrong interpretation, mixed up with vain imagination. So take the sun and the moon and the rain and the stars and forever, yes, erase your fantasy. Yeah. The lips of the righteous teach many, but fools die for want of wisdom. The rich man went his illicit, yeah. The righteous went is in his holy place. So take your sun and your moon and your rain and your stars and forever, yes, erase your fantasy. Destruction of the poor is in the poverty. Destruction of the soul is vanity, yeah. So stiff-necked fools, you think you are cool to deny me for simplicity. Yeah, yes, you have gone for so long with your love for vanity now. I don't wanna ruin
Judges, it's 7 minutes past 2.
I don't wanna fool ya. I don't wanna school ya. Things you might never know about.
I'm going in. You're going to stay there and present? Stay there and present? I'll be quieter here. Yeah, the angle is a mess, and then the table is like the angle.
Yes, you have got the wrong interpretation, mixed up with vain imagination. Stiff-necked fools,
Count me down.
you think you are cool to deny me
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Jamaica Civil Service Association Electoral Debates for 2023. I'm your moderator, Garth Williams. If you're just joining us, well, you've caught us on the tail end. You're about to get the benediction because we've heard from all the candidates presenting their manifestos, responding to questions from our panel of adjudicators, and also rebutting each other. So we are now at that point where our panel of adjudicators will share their feedback for your benefit at home or in your office or wherever you are at the moment, as well as for those of us within the room, in the room, and the candidates most importantly. Now, our panel of adjudicators includes three persons, two ladies and one gentleman. I'm sorry, Dylan. Dylan Doyle and Janet Plummer and Ayana Billings. And Ayana will share the judges' feedback. So, Ayana, I invite you to the lectern to do so. Please, let's hear it for Ayana, please. Come on, folks.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. To our candidates, thank you for a very spirited debate. You all did well. I just want to start out by saying that. So I'm just going to start out with a general overview of the debate and just with the VP candidates. So for Keisha, thank you so much. We loved it. We love that you gave us a lot of content and then you went into what you identified were the issues and with your solutions. So the only thing we would have wanted is a little bit more strategies to back up your solutions. For Clarence, which should have been the second person, we loved that your debate was very structured. So it was very clear, it was very cohesive, and we felt like you knew what you were talking about. And I love the fact that you put forward your strategies and not just saying the strategies, but how is it that you plan to implement those. So that is what we really loved about that. So as we would move into now the presidential candidate for Leo, we loved your categorization of your ideas. I love the fact that you were probably the only candidate that laid out exactly what you were going to speak about. So that allowed us to follow sequentially the order of your debate. So we love the strategies that you put forward, as well as some of the solutions. The only thing is that we would have loved to see how exactly you're going to accomplish this, because it's easy to just say something. We would love to have seen more concrete evidence as to how these things are going to be done. And even in the rebuttal, we would have seen where Ms. Onidine would have asked about the financial considerations of implementing some of these strategies, which was another key point as well. But overall, it was very, very good. For Onidine, we love that you brought up your history in auditing and planning. Something like auditing, it is very complex, and we love that the skills that you have garnered over the years, they can be transferred to such a position. We loved as well that your speech was clear, it was coherent, and I love the fact that you touched on some issues that were a little bit different than what everyone else would have gone into. So that added a little bit of extension to your arguments that we really liked. And I love the fact that you went into like an interactive medium. That was very, very good. You listed your core issues and then you listed your solutions, which was amazing. So moving on to Gillian. Gillian, we loved Jillian. If I butcher your name one more time. Jillian, we loved that you gave us your experiences, but you didn't just limit us to your Jamaican experiences, but also with CARICOM. And we could see that you are not only just a local individual, but a well-rounded individual in terms of your experience level. We loved as well your delivery. So we feel that your delivery was very, very good. You seemed confident in what you were saying. It was clear. It was coherent, and your arguments as well, they were very, very strong. And we love that you also included factual evidence. So I think that was very good. No. Tisha, we loved what you came with. We loved that. Man, you had a whole presentation. I felt like I was in a class, but I loved that approach because we could see as well what you were speaking about. So even if you made a mistake, we could see what you were referring to. And I love that you not only showed us what you want to do, but you showed us where we are now and based your whole premise on the fact that we are continuing a legacy of success, which I believe was very, very important to the debate at hand. So it's not just, you're not just coming into and doing a new thing, but you're continuing something, and we loved that stance that you took. It's just your delivery could have been a little bit more confident because your points were very, very strong, and your strategies and solutions were also quite strong. And that takes us to the end. Now, as it relates to the order that the judges have, we're starting with the VP. So in the first place, this is a unanimous decision. We have, drum roll, we have Clarence. And in second place, we have Keisha. Now for the presidential candidates, in first place, we have Jillian. In second place, we have Tisha. In third place, we have Onidine. And in fourth place, we have Leo. So these are our candidates in the order that we have them. But one thing I would want to say though, so this is just mine outside of, I wanted to highlight some of the best speakers because I think that is so pertinent to the discussion. The best speakers, the best debaters, and who I've highlighted here is, in first place for us would be Clarence. So Clarence, we loved your delivery. I feel like your delivery was the strongest of all the candidates, and we love that in tandem with your points and your structuring. In second place would have been Tisha. Your points, your structuring was very, very good. That's why you're right. If you had the confidence, you probably would have edged Clarence, or it would have been a tie. Now we have Onidine and Leo. So thank you so much for coming out, everyone. As again, it was a very spirited debate, and we look forward to the results coming out of our final election.
Thank you very much, Ayana, for that feedback. Thank you to our judges as well for your input. I know it's not easy, especially juggling all that paperwork and your meals just now must not have been easy. There are no gravy stains on the papers there, so really good work. But thank you for taking time out of your otherwise busy schedules to participate in such a manner. I think all the candidates deserve a round of applause. I agree with the judges. I think you all did well. It is just now for you to continue your campaign, to get on the ground, to speak with people, to answer questions directly, right? Not skirt around issues, not be afraid of difficult questions, really. Difficult questions will come. Being in this role, being in this organization cannot be easy, right? It absolutely is not an easy task. Well, you don't have to look too far. Every time I say O'Neill, no, he gets more grays. But I must also applaud him. And I must also applaud him for the work he's done in disguising those grays. Right? But I watch as an observer because I'm with the government now, but I'm not exactly with the government. I'm on a contract with the government of Jamaica. So I'm not so much impacted by, for example, the compensation review and all these things, but when I visit the office and I hear my colleagues speaking about it, I get a different kind of understanding and appreciation for what it really means. And I know it is not an easy task for you to appreciate and accept what has been offered, but I also know that from the Ministry of Finance side, it is not the easiest thing to craft a compensation review that hopes to simplify what previously existed. I mean, you're talking about how many different types of salary bands and all sorts of groupings and this, that, and the other. Really not an easy task at all. And I really do hope that in the second phase, right, of the review, that there will be more alignment and across the board, there will be more satisfaction. I know that there are some campers who are not so happy, and there are others who are like jumping over the moon at the moment, but that's the nature of this kind of work. The government is the largest employer of human resources, right? And I don't think we'll ever get to a point where 100% of the civil sector, right, public sector, pardon me, will be going, yeah, yes, we are with this 100%, but as close to 100% as you can get, then by all means, work to make that happen. For those of you out there, though, who are members of the JCSA, and I'm not being paid to say this, but just a talk now from my heart, right? If you are a member of the JCSA, right, pay your dues, pay them on time, and provide as much support as you can to the officers of the organization. They are working for you and for your benefit. All right? If you may know people who have stepped back, resigned, decided to not be a part of it, encourage them. There's a lot of information that you can benefit from, right? Speak to the officers, learn as much as you can, join, support the movement. There is strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. All right? So you remember that. So on behalf of all the candidates who will be visiting you ahead of May 11 and May 26, I say thank you very much for participating by watching today. I hope you took your notes, right? I hope you have your questions so that when they come to you, you can ask very direct questions and make the wisest choices on May 11 and 26. Until such a time as then, God bless you. Take care.
As I travel along wide cliffs of Dover, many rivers to cross, and it's only my will that keeps me alive. I've been licked, washed up for years, and I merely survive because of my pride. But loneliness won't leave me alone. It's such a drag to be on your own. My woman left and she didn't say why. Well, I guess I'll have to cry. Many rivers to cross, but just where to begin? I'll take your time. There been times I find myself thinking of committing some dreadful crime. Love and hate can never be friends. Oh no, oh no. Here I come with love and not hatred. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I all the days of my life. Envy no one, no wish to be with no evil man. For there'll come the day when you'll be whipped by the Father's hand. Leave up huge children. Oh yeah. Leave up past the children.